There. Put that right there. And I think we're ready to go. So I'm adjusting things on my end. You can't see. But all right, let's do this. Let's suffer through.
We've tried establishment Democrats, complete failures. We've tried establishment Republicans, complete failures. We tried fake populism under Donald Trump, complete failure.
I disagree.
So the only thing we haven't tried is left-wing populism. And you say, don't try it. Go back to the establishment Democrats. Are you crazy?
You can't vote Democrat and then say that, well, because they still support the rich and the rich still get all the tax cuts, I'm still going to cast my vote, which is the most powerful political weapon you have, to the very establishment that you're on one hand trying to tear down.
That's just weird to mention guardrails against firing people when you rejected a union at your company and fired somebody for organizing.
Yeah, that is absolutely not true. You could say that if you like.
That is true. Look it up.
Fine. So since you smeared me, let's explain. Hi, I'm Cenk Uyger. I'm host of the Young Turks live.
So just to explain, Cenk Uyger is and the Young Turks, in case you don't know, they're kind of they were an early, somewhat left-leaning or a leftist, kind of pro-Bernie Sanders news organization started up, I believe, by Cenk Uyger here and a few others. I believe Hassan Piker was on for a little while before he kind of went his own direction. They're kind of like the slightly more left version of like the Majority Report with Sam Cedar, though I would say overall the Majority Report with Sam Cedar is better. One of the contributors that I did like to the Young Turks a while back was holy Jesus, the name Michael Brooks. I do believe his name was not Michael Brooks. Now I'm all of a sudden a little bit worried. It should be Michael Brooks. Yeah, Michael Brooks. Who again passed away in 2020, sadly. But he was a pretty solid kind of political figure, debater, whatnot. Cenk has always been kind of a bit of a hot-headed, populist style rageaholic. Again, he's got some okay things here and there, some decent beats, but he's never been really high in my my esteem or my thoughts for the most part. So this is going to be interesting because I do recognize, I think he is a political YouTuber. I believe he's a Democrat, mostly Democrat guy. So it's going to be interesting to see who they get here. Hopefully they have a bit more interesting people and non-insane people, like the last one was pretty bad. So it might be that Cenk is actually going to be the most ragey, crazy person of them here. So we'll have to see how this goes.
Weekdays, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern on YouTube. I'm also the head of the TYT Network. I'm also founder of Just Democrats Wolfpack and Rebellion Pack, where we're trying to bring the country together. And here I am surrounded by 20 Democrats and Republicans, and I'm going to try to bring them together.
All right. We could probably turn that down just a smidgen. You can let me know if it's too loud or not.
Claim number one is that Democrats and Republicans agree on economic issues and try to divide us and distract us with culture wars.
All right. So, first claim. 1. Dems and reps on economic issues and use more to divide. Jesus. All right. So, part of these claims here, let's go through them one at a time. Hopefully that will actually give us some space here. There we are. All right, so parts of these claims here, let's go through them. All right, so first part is the basic claim. We might say Dems and reps Dem reps are the same economically on issues. So this is going to be kind of Cenk Uyger's capitalism critique, which primarily argues that the power class, the power class and the economic upper class of power slash upper class share share economic interests and only differ in culture, which leads to the second one. I really wish that didn't happen. All right. Claim 2. Culture war is meant to by the working and lower classes by substituting Jesus, I cannot type. Material condition awareness with immaterial to distract from the shared economic interests and of the lower classes to protect shared economic interests of the upper classes. Though this is somewhat, depending on how you do this, this is kind of the general socialist Marxist kind of approach here. Now, the correct way to probably do this, or one that tends to look at it a bit more, is not so much of a personal individual, though you can see sometimes this reflected in people's individual ideological positions, but from an ideology standpoint, ideology is not necessarily personal. It's more systemic and general system orientated. So large scale systems. So people just keep doing the same thing, even though technically they shouldn't, or it wouldn't benefit them to any degree. They will keep doing it because the system, the normative system, has established this. Okay, so let's see what he kind of goes with.
How are you, Cenk? Good to meet you.
Good to meet you.
My name's Oliver.
Hey, Oliver.
Yeah. So I guess the first place I want to start off with your claim is to first say that I think there's a grain of truth in it, and I think I would largely agree that when it comes to the system of neoliberalism, the system of capitalism, I think there can be a lot of overlap. I think where I would probably push back a little bit is when we look specifically at what policy issues get passed and how they affect people, there seems to be a very big difference. So for example, under the Biden administration,
so I do recognize a few familiar faces from the Republican. That would be a Republican right there. All right, so the first counterclaim here is on policy focus. What policies are passed by what political parties would then suggest a difference in the overall or difference in the general indicate a, well, how would we say, difference in the general attitude towards governments and indicate a substantive difference in Dem/Republicans. Yeah, okay.
We saw with the expansion of the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid, we saw over 8 million people become eligible for Medicaid who were previously not eligible. If we contrast that right now with what's in Trump's big, beautiful bill, over a 10-year period, that would make between 15 and 16 million people ineligible for Medicaid. So it seems on a crucial economic issue that affects people's ability to, survive, have quality health care, live quality lives. There seems to be a stark contrast. So I'm just wondering, your thoughts on that.
So where I would disagree is the word stark. So I understand there is a contrast. That's why I vote Democrat. But these are giant buts here. So first of all, they say on Medicare, we should negotiate drug prices. The Democrats say, and then they never deliver. They didn't even try to negotiate drug prices other than on insulin and maybe 10 other drugs. And you go, well, that's pretty good. No, that's 10 drugs out of tens of thousands of drugs. At a maximum, it's only a...
So the response to this by Cenk is that the difference is minimal. Most likely he might even go this direction. I kind of think he might go this direction. There's a cultural historical, traditional, historical, like a cultural, historical, traditional impulse. The general argument that I've seen, and we'll probably see him do this in a second, is that the difference between Dems and Republicans is that Dems still hold that old the noble oblige, the noble obligation that they kind of adopt that same old noble obligation to care for the serfs, the lessers. So it is more of a cultural charity aspect than a true reform. So small steps that don't threaten the major system. That tends to be the general argument. So let's see if that plays out.
$6 billion savings, when in reality, what we actually would do if we negotiated the drug prices is several $100 billion in savings. So what I'm saying to you is, while the Democrats do some things that are positive, they do it almost as a release valve. So they go, okay, here's another example that you mentioned, the Affordable Care Act. You know what it was called before it was called Obamacare?
You can enlighten me.
Yeah.
The Romney, it was a plan that was tried in a Republican state.
Exactly. It was called Romney Care.
Yeah.
So Mitt Romney signed a healthcare law in 2006 known as Romney Care. So the Affordable Health Care Act isn't ACA, or isn't what it's called? Affordable Care Act, ACA, also known as Obamacare, was designed, or, well, you should probably say based on Romney Care. Similarities include state-based exchanges, subsidies for low-income households, and the individual and business mandates. So Romney Care. So the core of it was somewhat based on Romney Care, which was a 2006 thing. So this would have some problems with this argument, and we can break them down. Though I think the direction he might be going is that do both of these do the quote-unquote right thing in the right amount. Just enough to release the pressure. And address the most egregious issues, especially optically address the most egregious issues. That's almost certainly where they'll go there. So the argument would then be the similarity between the Dems and Republicans, and you see something like that, is that, yes, they pass this, but these policies are always the one that everybody passes. These are the good policies that are, or the small, ineffective, or even if they are effective, that these are the these differences are coded in and allowed, but major changes that are revolutionary substantively substantially are substituting those. That's kind of where he's going to go with this.
You know who came up with it? The Heritage Foundation, the same people who came up with Project 2025.
Okay.
That is a corporate release valve so that people don't build up too much pressure and go to a rebellion or a revolution. But in the bottom line is that was a tiny, tiny little fix thought of by a right-wing think tank. And then now when you say negotiate drug prices, Obama never did it, even though he ran an ad called Billy where he said he was going to do it. Biden does at most 6% of it. The Democrats are constantly doing 5 to 10% as a little release valve, but keep the machine going exactly as it is.
And we can totally agree that there should be more that's done. I guess maybe I was taking your claim too literally, which is that Democrats and Republicans agree on economic issues. And maybe there's a qualify in there. Is it largely agree? Is it mainly agree? Is
it's definitely large. Yeah,
okay.
It's not 100% agree. Otherwise, it would be too obvious. But is it true that they largely agree? Of course. So I'll give you many other examples. Paid family leaves at 84%. Yet the Democrats never seem to be able to pass it. Why do they never pass it? Because they're not trying. They said they do the public option. Joe Biden didn't even announce introduce the public option. Why? Because they agree with Republicans.
Well, I don't think they agree with Republicans necessarily. I just think that sometimes it's hard to pass legislation in a bitterly divided Congress. Would you acknowledge that it's difficult very often in order to get things done? You don't.
Okay, so Cenk's argument here is that they largely agree that these are teeny fixes meant to distract and appease people's concerns, that the Dems and Republicans largely agree on major economic issues, and I think probably the word we're getting around is, again, capitalism, is that they're all primarily hardcore neoliberal capitalists from Cenk's perspective, and thus the only solutions that they're going to find are going to be within that area, and the only difference is going to be kind of more of a cultural personality kind of difference, whether or not they are full-throated authoritarian or more liberal in their capitalism, and thus they might have some small things here and there that they will differ on. The primary big changes. He then responds with a counter argument, another counterclaim. Counterclaim, hard to pass when bitterly divided. And this is kind of a somewhat a so-called pragmatic or realist assessment. Of the changes, and that the too big a changes, again, incrementalism is kind of the idea on this one. Whether or not we can pass them or not, we don't have the cultural or political capital to push this forward, thus we need more of it to push forward. It is hard to pass when we are bitterly divided.
Congress. Would you acknowledge that it's difficult very often in order to get things done? You don't.
No. See, that is
so.
the number one excuse Democrats use.
Okay.
Oh, golly gee, there was nothing we could do. And
so theatrics on his part, where I don't like it. Again, this is the thing I don't like about Cenk. He's very theatrical, but okay.
It's saying there was nothing we could do. There was nothing we could do. Okay. In reality, he didn't even try for the public option, Biden. He didn't introduce it. So that pulls it over 70%. Why not try?
Sure.
So the argument seems to be coming from this one is that they didn't even try. And again, there is some argument here is that, oh shit, what is that? I'm trying to think of it's not the sunk cost fallacy. It's like the opposite of the sunk cost fallacy. What the fuck is that? Sunk cost fallacy is when you've invested so much into a thing, you want to see it to the end, even though, you would actually be better off. Or the fallacy is that you have to do this because I've sunk so much time and money and effort into this. I should continue doing this for the sake of that. But the problem is that, like, again, that's a fallacy, because just because you sunk so much into it doesn't mean that you should continue sinking time, money, effort into this thing. You must, you would be better off pulling out and doing a different thing, because whatever good you might get of this is not going to make up for, or this idea that you do this, it's not making up the effort. So the opposite of this is that when you don't even want to try, is that you look at this and you look at the infeasibility of this and the kind of the, actually gonna look this up real quick. What is the opposite of the sunk cost fallacy? No, I don't think it's that. Well, the sunk cost fallacy more has to do with the obsession to continue doing the thing. So it's kind of related to that. It's basically, the idea here is, miss 100% of the shots you don't take is kind of the idea here for Cenk, is that, difficulty is part of the act and the game. basically it sounds good and logical, but only excuses, not action based on the fear of not making it real. You know, only one shot never takes it. You only got one shot. So again, this would be maybe a fallacy that he's trying to point out, is that because you assume that, oh no, we'll use up all of our capital here. It's just like, yeah, but you put it forward once, it fails. You never get to put forward it again, ever again? Or can you keep hammering, keep trying, keep doing this? Would you want to spend your your social capital, again, doing a media blitz, trying to get support, having Democrats going on various shows, talk shows, political shows, news organizations, talking up this bill? Again, it does seem like the Republicans are willing to spend insane amounts of their political and social cultural capital on everything, and they have an endless resource to just constantly push this out, whereas Democrats are kind of miserly with this. They're very timid. They're always kind of going, I want to only take 100% guaranteed shots, the 85, the 75% chance shot. I'm not going to waste it on that.
$15 minimum wage. The Republicans didn't take that out of the bill. Joe Biden took it out of the bill. You see those things where you can tell intent, and the intent is he actually agrees with the donor class and the Republicans. He doesn't want those things. If you can't pass a bill at 84%, then are you saying the Democrats are the most incompetent politicians in history?
I'm not saying they're the most incompetent party, and I'm also not saying they're perfect. I think that we risk running into an issue where we equate the two parties as being virtually the same, which leads people to not voting whatsoever at all, because they think the whole class is against them. And I'm in complete agreement with you that the parties are the two.
So we have another. So intent is seen in the unassisted. And the unassisted self goals against Dems. Again, this is a bit of mind reading. Not sure I agree with this or whatnot. All right, so this guy's response.
The two parties as being virtually the same, which leads people to not voting whatsoever at all, because they think the whole class is against them. And I'm in complete agreement with you that the two-party system is fundamentally broken, and that Democrats in a lot of ways have a lot of the same issues. I guess what I predominantly have an issue with is those who maybe don't take the time to have nuance in the discussion and just say, oh, they agree on economic issues and they only want to divide us on cultural issues.
Brother, so
I think
here's
that it's important to make that, because otherwise people stay home. They don't vote, and then we're in the situation that we're in right now when a lot.
So this is one of the newer kind of counterclaims, is an interesting one, is that this kind of talk and leads to apathy and a refusal to vote act in the people. Talking this way makes them less likely to support the issues to pass, and then only the extremes vote. This leads to where we are now. And there's some truth to this. So this is kind of a general psychological aspect, is that, again, there is truth to the idea that the more you talk negatively, people tend to kind of mirror this. So if you talk very negatively and you talk about how both parties are bad, both parties are doing this, they then are more apathetic and less likely to vote for the lesser of two evils, because they just don't want to vote for anything, and thus you end up with only extremes voting, and you end up creating this lack of engagement.
It's important to make that, because otherwise people stay home. They don't vote, and then we're in the situation that we're in right now when a lot of people don't end up voting.
No, but Oliver.
Now, I think this this is a fair thing. It is somewhat on the um it can take the tone of a kind of the patronizing aspect of this, and this is kind of one of the things where, well, we don't want to upset the children because then otherwise they won't want to go. We can't tell them the truth. We always have to lie, tell little white lies to keep them happy. This is a bit of the of kind of an anti-humanist kind of uh sentiment that I'm not sure I 100% agree with. I have seen it, so I have some agreement with that perspective, but I have also become somewhat critical of this, primarily because what it ends up doing is it ends up creating this exact same system to where, because we never ever trust the people, we never ever give the people the power. Instead, it's always like, no, 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 we always have the power as the teacher, as the parent here, and we won't secede it at all. We won't include them in the decision making process because that would lessen our power. So the only way we can maintain this, you know, servant master relationship is by making and basically blinding the servant like a sheep. But that ends up creating a degree of resentment and anger amongst the sheep because they become somewhat aware of this. Even without the critique, they can become aware and irritable at this action. And again, it is just deeply patronizing of humanity. And again, just kind of creates the same kind of bullshit that we're dealing with right now. So again, it seems like this would be like, well, we can't have the critique because it undermines the thing, but then we don't do the thing. So we can't critique because it will upset the people, but then we can't be upset that they didn't go far enough because that'll lead to critique, that'll upset the people. It ends up not quite being circular, but it ends up being kind of this constant, no matter what, we can't ever actually talk realistically about them. So let's see, what is his counterclaim? Damn it, there's a fly in my room and it has found me.
So let me tell you my perspective on it. That's really important.
Okay.
So quite say it that way. You understand that
Nope.
with Republicans.
Agreed. Well, I don't think they agree with Republicans necessarily. I just think that sometimes it's hard to pass legislation in a bitter
Sorry.
For the public option, Biden, he didn't take 10, and brother, the most
not voting whatsoever at all because they think the whole class is fundamentally broken and that Democrats and a lot of won't take the time to have.
So
I think
here's
that
the
it's important.
difference.
Sorry, I accidentally went backwards. I was on the wrong screen. I tried to tab over in the wrong area. So we got his response
It's
here.
important to make that because otherwise people stay home. They don't vote, and then we're in the situation that we're in right now when a lot of people don't end up voting.
No, but Oliver, so let me tell you my perspective on it. That's really important.
Okay.
So Democrats always say, hey, look, there's a 5 to 10% difference, so you should vote for us.
Okay.
But they don't quite say it that way. You understand that. I understand that.
Sure.
A lot of people here understand that. But
Marketing is a thing. And we can agree marketing is a
no,
thing.
but hold on. This is super important.
Okay.
But they tell the voters, we're going to make a big difference. We're going to do minimum
Sure.
wage. We're going to do public
Yeah.
option. We're going to
Agreed.
do paid family leave.
Yes.
And when they don't, people get disappointed and disappointed.
course.
And that leads them to not voting. That leads them to hating the Democratic Party.
Sure.
What I'm saying is go with populist left. That is
Okay.
the one thing that has not been tried.
Sure.
We would actually do the bills. We do the bills.
Okay.
Otherwise, then you're the same as the Republicans.
So marketing and disappointment due to overselling. His argument would be due to overselling and underperforming. Under-delivering leads to apathy and resentment. I think this is also an equally valid kind of perspective, is that you can't tell everybody you're going to slay a dragon and that the other side is evil and a dragon and then not slay the dragon. You can't really do that because that just leads to this kind of problematic element where nobody, where it ends up feeling like you're just kind of in the same boat. And everyone gets tired of this boat. Everyone gets tired of the boat always being filled with exactly the same people.
Okay, fair enough. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Oliver.
All right. Let's see who's next.
Hey, Cenk. Great to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Great to be speaking with you. I
So next guy, Bo.
agree with your overall term here. I would say that at the end goal, they agree that economically, we all want the same things, right? But the way we get it is two completely different economical viewpoints. We have the left that tends to be more socialist and communist, then we have the right that is more crony capitalist.
Okay.
All right, so counterclaim. But the system and the system and solutions are going to be different. Ideologically and systemically. Okay. And again, his thing is that the left is what he said. He said
Right? But the way we get it is two completely different economical viewpoints. We have the left that tends to be
left tends to be what?
more socialist and communist.
Socialist and communist. So I would probably want to press or think, what do you mean by, like, again, you could kind of see that as being economically, those are the divides between kind of more socialist communists and more of a crony capitalism, I think is what he's going for. But I think he's tying those specifically to the Democrat and Republican parties, respectively, which is going to be really, really silly because that would be one. That's why Cenk kind of laughs, is trying to imply that the Dems represent that side and crony capitalism is the Republican side. I might see somewhat with crony capitalism, Republican side, but I also see that more capitalism, crony capitalism. I see some kind of altruistic capitalism to some degree with Democrats. I don't really see a left socialist, especially communist, in the Democratic side. At least nothing that is even remotely close to mainstream popular.
Then we have the right that is more crony capitalist.
Okay.
The left wants to take your taxes and they want to distribute it the way they want.
Yeah.
The right wants you to keep your taxes right now. They want you to keep your overtime taxes. They want you to keep your taxes on tips. So.
Okay, so this guy is a Republican because that's a big selling point for the big beautiful bill. Was that you keep? Is that no taxes on tips? Now, again, it might be a state-by-state thing. I don't remember there being a lot of taxes on tips. I can't remember. But the big thing is this helps a very small percentage of people. Yes, they tend to be lower class, but this would be one of those Republican versions of the release the pressure thing, because that's nice, because it helps out a little bit in a very small, inconsequential kind of matter, is that no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime. And people assume that this is really, really good, that this is going to save them tons of money. It actually doesn't, because, again, taxes are not evil. They aren't stealing money from you. This isn't bad. because taxes pay for things, and frequently they pay for things at an incredibly higher return rate than anything that you could do personally with your dollar. Um, More often than not, it ends up paying back to the community several dollars worth of value for every dollar of taxes that is actually spent in useful and utility manner. So again, this would be the capitalist is that taxes are bad kind of argument.
Yeah.
What is your?
Yeah. So first of all, brother, you got to stop saying socialism and communism. None of the
Why is that?
Because none of the Democratic politicians are in favor of that. They're actually
They are. Bernie's quite literally
Yeah. No.
socialist.
No. So he says he's there.
So again, they've turned a little bit on Bernie, but I do hate the fact that they bring up one person. So Cenk is right to immediately call this out, is that Dems are not socialist, and they sure as shit are not communist. Only a few of the new ones as a result of them failings have more socialist leaning. And even then, again, the whole Bernie Sanders is literally the only one they can point to. Again, the idea that he represents the economic kind of system and approach of Democrats is, this is a silly kind of thing. This is a silly kind of, again, conservative style fantasization of what actually is happening. Because they're constantly telling you the Dems are socialist communists, despite the fact that nothing they do is socialist and or communist, especially not the latter. And again, this is this small little, oh, you got the no taxes on tips overtime. Yeah, but you pay more in virtually everything else. And also, you weren't really taxed much on tips and or overtime. Two, you weren't really paid much on overtime. And usually, I think this actually comes into play. I think part of one of the, if I remember correctly, one of the concerns with the overtime pay aspect is that there was a change. I can't remember if this was part of the big beautiful bill or if this was maybe just a state local thing, but there was a change in how hours are calculated, in the sense that they could. It was one of the things where overtime was looked at as far as like a 2-week 80-hour thing. So if at 2 weeks you worked over 80 hours in those 2 weeks, you were paid overtime. So that was part of the change, is that rather being on kind of a week-to-week basis, it's now on like a 2-week 80-hour thing, which means that what they can do is kind of, and many people have seen this and or kind of can attest that this is often what they do in such situations, is that they'll work you like 80 hours a week, and then they won't work you the next 80. They'll just have more people working 80-hour weeks or 60-hour weeks or something like that. So it'll be this, you have tons and tons of hours to work in 1 week and then nothing the next week. And then you get the paycheck. And you might go, well, that's kind of nice. The problem is that the paycheck, you don't actually get any overtime. Even though they managed to get overtime labor out of you, they just kind of shuffle who's getting the overtime hours of 60 hours a week, 70 hours a week. But they kind of, there's a term for this. They basically piggyback and or hopscotch this from one employee to another. So they end up getting a constant workflow, or end up getting a near constant workflow of 70, 80, 60, 70 hours a week out of their employees on average, without actually hitting much overtime at all. Whereas before, again, all it takes is some clever scheduling, and you can end up having a really high output of work employee hours without actually having to pay overtime. So even though, yes, oh, congratulations, the bill says no taxes on your overtime. Problem is that now it's actually going to be harder to get your overtime paid.
Democratic socialist, even he doesn't really go towards what you would consider socialism, because you're putting socialism and communism in the same bucket where they don't belong. None of them are in favor of ending corporations, ending capital, etc. In fact, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, their number one problem is that they're corporatists, not that they're socialists or communists.
No, they quite literally wanted to
They will do
end-
whatever corporate donors tell them to do.
They want-
So again, Cenk is responding by suggesting that they are corporatists, not socialist. Again, they are pro corporations and big business. Capitalism and free market will solve the issues. Let's see what this guy's response is.
Not that they're socialists or communists.
No, they quite literally wanted to
They will
end-
do whatever corporate donors tell them to do.
They wanted to
That is
end
the exact
businesses over
opposite of
vaccine
communism.
mandates.
Yeah.
Okay. Counterclaim 2 on the same topic here. Wanted to end over vaccine mandates. Again, COVID conspiracy BS. This whole, again, and businesses. This is very small potatoes. I'm going to go ahead and argue against this. Small. Vex very minimal, a very, we'll just say, small number of businesses. Again, this is one of the things where how dare they do the lockdown, how dare they do COVID, how dare they ask me to wear a mask, how dare they demand businesses have vaccine mandates. Most of them don't give two rat shits. Most of them are behind this. Again, none of this is economic in any real degree. This is actual, genuine. The irony here, that I will go ahead and say, is culture war nonsense. This is more about the ideology of independence and identity. The individual power and its kind of purity. And just general the resentment of being told what to do. This has nothing really to do with economic policy. This is actually genuinely, in this guy's whole response, is actually kind of proving Cenk's point of the culture war nonsense.
Yeah,
That was-
no, brother.
yeah, no.
But that's drug companies. They're doing the exact opposite of communism. They're saying corporate donors, we will do whatever you corporations want. So when you turn to the Republicans, it's the same thing as Oliver. They have a 5 to 10% release valve with Donald Trump now. He's pretending to be a populist. So he goes, oh my God.
Donald Trump isn't pretending. He is a populist.
Well, look at
He
the
just
big-
won the popular
Look-
vote.
That's not really what a populist is or a populist does. And again, he doesn't do things that are popular or works on the general sentiment here. This would be, again, just that's kind of nonsensical.
Left and right
No,
moved
no,
in his
no, no,
direction.
no. Hold on. So when you
No, again, none of that really worked. Okay, that's just, again, nonsense.
You talk about that bill, the budget bill, that is not big or beautiful. Well, it is big, but it's definitely not beautiful.
Sure.
The majority of the tax cuts go, of course, as always, to the rich, right?
Right.
But they put in a tiny release valve of, we'll
no
help the
tax
middle
on
class
tips,
a little
yeah.
bit on tips and overtime. Whether that even
Well, then
stays
how
in the
come
bill is a different question.
How come every
But
time
what
a
are they doing?
Republican's
Here,
in
let me tell you a
office,
fact.
I make
Bo,
more
can I
money
tell
and I
you a
spend less
fact?
on taxes?
Yeah.
You
No,
don't.
I'll tell you a fact. So what they do is they throw a little more sledge.
You don't make more money and you don't pay less in taxes. And again, that's not necessarily saying that you're making more money. That's more money up front in the immediacy, perhaps. But again, you end up paying more in everything else that comes along with it. Increase in prices, inflation. Again, the problem is that it's hard to do here, hard to judge whether or not Cenk has good arguments or not good arguments. Because most of this is just nonsensical conspiracy theory, and most Republicans are genuinely the dumbest human beings on planet fucking Earth when it comes to anything economic related. They are just so brain rotted as to be stupid. They don't understand how taxes work. They don't understand why they make more or less in money in taxes. They just know it's a big scary word and they don't like it.
As Obama and Biden throw a little morsel on you for social policies, as
Sure.
we discussed earlier. But the overwhelming majority always goes to the rich. For example, in this bill, they're cutting Medicaid and SNAP by $1.1 trillion. Do you know how much is going to people making above $500,000 a year in tax cuts? $1.1 trillion. Okay? So they're literally taking from the poorest people and giving it to the richest people.
So, yeah, that's a good point. And it is going to be devastating, by the way. That is, whether or not you like Cenk or not, again, the effects of the big, beautiful bill are going to be devastating on the lower class. It's going to take a few years to come into effect, which is annoying because people will forget very quickly that Donald Trump is the one who passed this and the Republicans passed this. But it's going to be an absolute devastating. It's already, because I have more than a few friends, and just generally I hear through the Twitters and just kind of my the context I have here and there that volunteer at shelters that are involved in kind of like food kitchen stuff locally. They're saying that they've already begun seeing, even already they're starting to see massive fucking problems across the board. Massive cuts are going to be made. Tons of services, tons of people who provide extremely essential services to making sure your cities are actually, again, you just don't have crazy fucking homeless awfulness across the board. These services help keep people off the streets, keep things under wraps. They help put a band-aid over the absolute devastation that unrestricted, crazy late-stage capitalism has caused. We're getting rid of the band-aid, and it's gonna be devastating.
Which is what the liberals have been doing forever. So what's the difference?
How are they doing? So no, brother, what I'm saying is you're actually proving my point. Democrats and Republicans constantly say that they have giant differences. Then what did the Republicans do? They do massive tax cuts for the rich. And then Obama, by the way, came in and actually made Bush's tax cuts permanent, which cost us even more than the original Bush tax cuts did. So there's a lot of theater about how they disagree. But at the end of the day, the rich always get tax cuts.
Save
Corporations
more money
always
when
gonna be-
Republicans are in office? Why do
They don't. They don't save more money. Again, what they end up doing is they save slightly more money, but from a percentile, it is not, because the whole economy and the whole system requires money to do stuff. So again, you save money up front on your check because your taxes are less. But you utilizes lots of services that you don't even realize you utilize that are paid for by taxes. The tax cuts for the rich and for the poor end up making the rich richer because they have proportionally a larger benefit from these tax cuts than the poor, and they don't necessarily utilize those services. They don't need them. So again, you end up paying more.
Me as a business owner continue to save money.
So you know why? So I'm a small business owner.
Sure.
So we save a little bit of money. The giant corporations save a ton of money.
Isn't it better if everybody saves money?
No, it isn't. Again, this is another actual ineffective thing, is that people, and again, this is kind of a poor, stupid mindset. I'm going to be mean to the poorest for a second. I am a poor person, and I'm going to be mean to us for a second. This is a poor mindset, and it thinks that saving money is better than spending money. The problem is that money being saved is useless. Especially if you call it just like putting it into a bank account, is actually useless. The flow of money is what you want. You want a strong flow in and a strong flow out. You don't want a strong flow in and no flow out. That's saving money. That's nice for when you need this, but if you have a strong flow in and a small reserve, but mostly a strong flow out, that's usually the healthiest form. That's what happens. When people are saving money and then, oh, well, they saved some money, so they're going to spend it. The problem is that they don't realistically save anything. They end up paying more down the line, and their flow is too inconsistent and too much of a stream, a dribble, for this saving to have any consequential effect. Again, you don't make more money. And no, we don't want everyone saving money. We want people paying. We want people buying products. We want money to flow a lot more than it does now. The problem is that money flows to the stock market, money flows upwards, and it doesn't come back down. Not really.
No, it's not. Because,
Why not?
brother, then
That
you
makes
can-
no sense.
No, brother, it's easy to say, okay, then we shouldn't have any roads, bridges, cops, fire departments,
Nobody's
schools.
saying that. We
No,
just don't
you
want
are
our money
saying that
going
when
to
you say there's we shouldn't have any taxes.
We just don't want our money going to foreign countries.
It's not, again, this is another thing that the poor also says, oh, we don't want our money going to foreign countries. That kind of foreign aid, one, pays back dividends tons because it's soft power, and even from an economic standpoint, part of the reason why we became such an economic powerhouse is because we were so involved doing quote-unquote charity work in so many countries that we were able to set up strong business relations with them through this political national kind of charity aspect. Again, part of the reason why we have such good, we've kind of lost them, so much kind of power and economic influence across the world is because, at least in part, due to these kind of charity aspects. They also keep it down so we don't have any blowback later on. We don't see problems with supply chains. The reason why we want things to be settled in Africa and or other places throughout Africa and like Sudan or whatever, the reasons why we want charity there and we want to settle those things down is because we probably get shipments from Sudan. It's good business. Again, war is actually terrible business. War is good business for some, but it's usually terrible for the general whole. And that's been the kind of overall economic policy, is that, again, lowering taxes, it's good in short term and good for very few people, but is overall in the long term and even short, medium term, terrible for the majority of people. Again, I don't want money going to these foreign places. Again, it's usually primarily caused by a degree of racism and kind of American exceptionalism and kind of weird bullshit. But again, it just represents a tiny drop in the bucket. We have trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars. Sending $100 billion to something is nothing. Again, these people have such a small kind of perspective on money that they don't realize how much money we have and how much money just doesn't go anywhere and doesn't do anything for the people. We don't utilize our money particularly well.
Oh, I couldn't agree more.
On drag events.
And by the way, that's
so-
another thing that proves my point.
Drag events. I don't want it going. Again, culture war nonsense. We just capitalize that over and over again. We don't even need to hear more of this guy. It's just that's all his response is: culture war nonsense. We don't want money going to drag events. What money is going to drag events? What do you think? Oh well, oh they spent like up to $50 million in various LGBTQ kind of promotional things. Again, it's nothing. That is nothing. That barely does anything. It is purely window dressing culture war nonsense. Well, we had a Democrat who had some kind of okay responses, and we have a Republican that just goes into culture war nonsense, proving the point.
Republicans and Democrats always do whatever AIPAC tells them. So that is a foreign
that's
government.
a whole different argument.
No, it's not an
and I
argument.
would
It's
agree,
the same
so-
argument. It's the donor class.
Thank you, Cenk.
Yeah.
Hey man, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So when you talk about this concept of like a
All right. So let's go down. Hold on. All right, new counterclaim. What's the new counterclaim from Adam?
release valve, it seems like you're downplaying very relevant and very important differences that exist between the parties. So the Affordable Care Act, you understand that expanded coverage to like millions of people. More people got Medicaid, premiums were subsidized. Like, this is good policy. And I agree with you. Sometimes, in many cases, Democrats lack a spine. They don't push hard enough. But I think chalking that up to like, they're pretty much the same, there's just a little release valve difference is a little bit reductive.
Yeah, it's not at all reductive, and the Affordable Care Act is a perfect example of it. So you're right, it was better than previous.
So again, downplaying differences is a bad thing. ACA, Affordable Care Act, did a lot of good, and underselling it is bad. This is a bigger difference than you allow, because Republicans would do much worse. And are doing much worse. So this might be a scale argument in the sense that Cenk is probably going to respond that it is not enough in the grand scheme of things. Basically an idea that 10% is compared to 1%. Again, if you were to imagine you don't actually understand 10% is the scale and you're used to 1% being the largest thing. So 1 foot is the biggest thing that's ever been. So it's everything else has been scaled to 1 foot. 1 foot is 100% of everything. And you're like, wow, that's really big. And then somebody comes along with something that's 10 feet. You're 10 feet tall and you're like, wow, or 10 feet big. You go, wow, that's so much bigger. That's 10 times the size of my previous 100%. That's amazing. But not compared to 100%. So again, a scale thing here. So this kid, again, the Cenk argument will probably be something like this, and we'll actually put that down there as a scale argument. Not enough in the grand scheme of things. 10% is gigantic compared to 1%, but not compared to 100%.
Previous system, because the previous system had pre-existing conditions, and you can get blocked for that, and the American people despise that. So it needed to be.
So it's interesting, yeah, people forget about that, and that's something that, again, Aka did do, is pre-existing conditions were a thing before Aka. This is genuinely a major ideological, I'm trying to think of, this is one that is an absolute major change that needed to happen, but it's one of many.
Changed. Yeah. That is part of the reason why a right-wing think tank, Heritage Foundation, came up with Romney Care. It's a release valve, and it's a Republican idea. Then Mitt Romney took it and passed it in Massachusetts. That's why it's called Romney Care. Then Obama and Romney ran a campaign where they pretended to be on exact opposite ends of the spectrum with the same exact healthcare plan. Literally the same exact healthcare plan.
Do you think the ACA is like a right-wing health insurance plan?
It was literally created by a right-wing think tank,
the
Heritage
Republicans
Foundation.
right now in Congress are trying to push a reconciliation bill that literally guts Medicaid when the ACA expanded Medicaid.
Yes. So they always.
So the response to this might be, is this so we got another counterclaim here. Again, kind of the counterclaim here is that Republicans now are trying to gut and Medicaid, Medicare, all that kind of stuff. So they're trying to gut this. So when Republicans get in charge, they try to do this thing. And I think it seems to be missing the general argument is that both Republicans and Democrats will do the quote-unquote right thing when they feel like they've hit a point that people won't take shit anymore. So they'll do the right thing, and then Republicans, at the very least, will be the heel, take it away until it's too much, then they'll put it into place, and all vice versa. So that, again, we can argue back and forth, but that's probably the direction Cenk is going with this, is that people are missing the idea of the pressure valve, is that just because the Republicans are always playing the heel in this relationship doesn't necessarily mean that the Democrats are the heroes, and more importantly, it doesn't necessarily change the system of the kayfabe, if we're taking the wrestling analogy further, the fact that both of them are doing the script.
Always move the goalposts. So what do? They bring in, okay, here's our release valve. Okay, now the American people are still mad. Of course they are, because, and here, let's talk about the next steps that happened. Obama said, oh yeah, we might do the public option, which would have been not universal health care, but a good step forward.
Right.
I was there. Young Turk's been around forever. And I was like, yes, you got to do the public option. Then Obama says publicly, oh, I guess we can't do the public option. Wink, well, and they immediately took it out of the bill. Right? What's that?
That's because of Joe Lieberman, right? But 59 other Democrats would have voted for the public option.
Okay, see, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So that they always, hold on, they always have an excuse. So right now, under Biden, the excuse was, oh, we don't have enough senators. Oh, golly, gee.
That's how you pass
hold
laws,
on, the filibuster and the parliamentarian. And then under Obama, they had 60.
So this is kind of one of those things where, like, okay, so the counterclaim, we'll kind of elaborate a bit more on this, is this is how politics works, and that it is a push and pull. Sorry, I'm typing in an awkward position here. Push and pull. A give and take. Push and pull system, give and take. You got to make compromises, and you can't get everything that you want passed. Now, this is somewhat of a, again, this is kind of that the I'm misspelling this here. The myopic kind of this myopic perspective of politics as a thing unto itself and unchanging, meaning that we just have to do this way, and we can't get people behind things. We can't have it, and it's kind of this weird thing to where, like, we want people to be so liberal and so liberated and so democratic and so free to make their own personal choices, that it ends up creating, well, we don't really have the only we can't actually ever do anything. This actually ends up kind of proving the point again a little bit for Cenk, in that saying this kind of pragmatic, myopic view of politics is that, well, I mean, that's just how it is. You can't get everything. You don't have maximum power. You can't just push something forward. Some people might not do this, and some other, like, there's going to be dissent within the party, and the party's not going to want to vote this direction, and you might have some upset people. It won't go through all the way. So to get it passed, we're going to make 100% certain that it's going to be passed, not just 85, 90% certain. We need 100% certainty that it's going to pass. We have to cut things and get rid of things before they become a problem, to make sure, again, this goes back to the earlier claim here, that we just have to do this play. We have to play it this way, because otherwise it won't get passed. There is a degree of kind of this myopic aspect to this kind of extremely cynical, almost traditionalist kind of thing, is that no, this is just the way it has to be, and we can't ever just make people vote that way, because we value liberty to such an extent that we'll allow everybody to burn themselves alive, basically, and throw themselves into a meat grinder, because, well, it's their choice. We can't stop this from happening. And again, I go back and forth on this a little bit, but there is some degree of this is kind of an annoying response that this dude has, is that, well, that's just the way politics is. It's like this, well, that's the way politics is because that makes sure that the system doesn't change. This is the core part of this. And again, maybe they just don't understand that that's kind of the argument that's being presented here, is that why revolutionaries always sound so extreme to these type of people is because they don't want this base system. They don't believe that this base system is naturally forming. It is an artificial construct designed to make sure nothing happens.
Hold on, the filibuster and the parliamentarian, and then under Obama they had 60. They could pass anything they wanted. They're like, let's take a really, really long time with Romney care. Oops, we ran out of our 60. Things changed. Okay, now the Republicans are ignoring the parliamentarian when they're trying to pass this bill. So the Democrats keep finding excuses. Why did they take the public option out of the bill?
You think Obama didn't want the public option?
Again, that's hard to say. I don't know if we can mind read whether or not Obama wants and didn't want this. The big thing that Cenk seems to be presenting, and this is kind of a frustration that pro-Democrat people really need to kind of fucking solve this, is that we have had in the past continuously, and especially with what is happening now. Oh, all the Republicans, they're getting all this stuff, and they're breaking all these rules, and they're doing all the things wrong. Problem is that, okay, so why haven't you arrested them? Why hasn't the FBI, why hasn't the various Senate committees just arrested these various lawyers and Trump appointee representatives and heads of various departments who are breaking procedures, breaking laws? Why aren't they immediately being brought forward and just being removed from office because of their because of the breaking the rules. They're getting tons of stuff that they want passed, and it's all really terrible. Most of the Republican platform is terrible. But then the question that the more left-leaning, the more leftist, the more socialist, the people who've been, going along with the Democrats because, lesser of two evils, okay, well, you guys are servicing some of our needs. They're now asking, okay, this was apparently always a fucking option. So if this was always an option, and the Democrats could have done this at any time with zero repercussions, because there's zero repercussions for the Republicans right now, and Democrats are showing literally zero intention to have there be any repercussions for this. So why didn't you? Who gives a shit if you have the majority or not? It doesn't fucking matter. You're able to just push through shit whenever you want. That's what the Republicans are doing. They're pushing through shit no matter what they want, with extreme authoritarian fucking degree. So the Republicans get to do this, but then the Democrats, when they get in charge, they're so unwilling to, again, go against decorum, that they will absolutely cuck themselves out of what they quote unquote want. But then you have to ask, well, if you're willing to do this all the time, are you actually cucking yourself, or is this actually what you just wanted all along? It's just the window you presented the image of wanting A, but in reality, you didn't really care if you got A or not. So you'll settle for B or C.
Back again. I don't think the Democrats want the public option at all.
When 59 senators said we'll vote yes on this, and Lieberman
That's what I'm
that.
trying to tell you, brother. They don't mean it. So let me give you two examples.
Where are you getting that from?
Where am I getting it from,
If
Joe?
Lieberman
where am I
agreed, would
getting
we not
it
have
from?
gotten a
Number
public
one,
option?
the public option polls at over 70%. They didn't even try to pass it.
Sure, but
Number
with
two,
healthcare
when
policy-
Again, they didn't put it forward. That might be then the argument. Oh, well, Joe Lieberman said he's not going to do it. Okay, so they wouldn't have the 60 votes. Okay, then why didn't the Democrats, if they really wanted it, why didn't every single one of those 59, plus the president, plus other people, put forward a massive media campaign putting this forward, especially in Joe Lieberman's area, and basically say, Joe Lieberman, fucking do this? Why didn't they also just go, look, this is a party system. We vote with this party or we will fucking end you. I don't know. Do any of the things that Republicans do all the time to get their horrible fucking stuff passed. Why don't you do it? A little bit. Just a little bit.
Biden came into office, said he...
Again, this is frustrating. And again, I don't like his condescension. I don't like Cenk's kind of perspective. But this is a major issue here that I wish people would respond to. If they wanted it so bad, why didn't they push for it? That's the biggest question that constantly comes up. If they fold to point A so easily, then was B ever a real option? And or was it just an idea that they were fine to abandon? It's a major problem here.
He was going to do public option,
Yeah.
and then he lied, and he never once introduced
Biden had
it.
like no
If he never
political
once
capital
introduced
compared
it,
to Obama.
What? And now the response usually is also this this nebulous term. Political capital. And again, I understand kind of the idea of this is that, you have some kind of sway or whatever, and, you have enough money to make this happen. And it is a very kind of weirdly capitalist, conservative style capitalism when it comes to political capital, is their perspective on this, is very conservative, very conservationist. you can only use it for this, and this idea that is just, you know, and this is a bit of mockery on my point, but again, it just feels like this always argument of we're going to save it for rainy day, or we didn't have the political capital to push it through. Make it. Political capital is something that is made, not necessarily something that is just given. You can make it. Again, look at Donald Trump, his populism. He absolutely can make infinite amounts and basically borrow infinite amounts of political capital from apparently his base, from people around him, from everyone around him. They're willing to give this up constantly. But Democrats, they just seem like this weird miserly, we can't possibly spend it.
Oh, now they don't have political capital. Golly gee,
These are the
constant
realities
excuses
of
for,
how you pass
oh my God, I
legislation,
can't, I can't. The voters
It's
are
not I
sick
can't.
of I can't.
It's not
Why
I
don't you
can't.
actually
It's more-
try?
it's more
so tell me
difficult.
why they're such losers. They
It's
can't
more-
pass paid family leave at
Listen,
84%.
I
Are they
agree with you
losers,
on
or do
policy.
they actually secretly agree with the Republicans
Cenk,
and they don't want any of this because they're corporate donors?
I agree with you on policy. I want paid family leave. I want
But see, that's the problem. You agree, but do the Democrats agree? Again, I don't like the theatrics and the anger here, but I do appreciate at least some of the aggression on this part, because there is kind of this milquetoast pussyfooting around with the Democrats when it comes to this subject. Again, you keep talking about this this elaborate strategy, this elaborate kind of game, this mathematical formula that is very precise. And Donald Trump and the Republican Party have been absolutely curb stomping the shit and just shitting all over that board. And you're saying, well, you know, we can't possibly win this because of this chess move and this very complicated mathematical nature of the chesses, whatever. And then the pigeon runs across the board, shits all over it. And then you guys go, well, we have to declare him the winner because he technically is right here and he knocked over our king. And now the people who support the Democrats who are playing this chess are going, well, why the fuck didn't you just pigeon walk and shit all over this board to get this thing passed? Why didn't you just reach across, knock over the king, go, I win? If apparently the rules, regulations, and all of this doesn't matter, doesn't actually stop us, it's all just make fucking believe, then why didn't you make believe us to have these things? And then just force it to be law that can't be changed. Why didn't you make it almost a constitutional thing? Why didn't you just push these things? Oh, we don't have the political power. Who gives a shit? Again, Donald Trump technically doesn't, but he does because he just says he does, and then everyone just agrees. And then if they don't agree, he fires them and finds somebody else. Oh, well, we don't want that. Well, of course we don't want that. But it starts becoming frustrating when one side will play by the rules to the detriment of themselves, and then the other side doesn't play by the rules. People are going to start questioning what is the good of the rules.
single payer healthcare, but this is not like super easy to pass. You're like, if they just all
Yes,
hold
it
their
is.
hands and
I
sing
can get it
Kumbaya,
passed in 2 weeks.
we're gonna get like
2
single
weeks.
payer.
Okay, so here's how you do it, guys. You see, you've been taught by mainstream media and Democratic politicians to accept failure. Oh my God, there's nothing we can do to pass it. There's nothing. Here's how what you do.
You can pass it, but it's
super
difficult.
easy.
It's not
listen,
easy.
listen. Paid family leave is at 84. Why do I keep insisting on that? Because here's what you would do. You would introduce this, 74% of Republican voters want it. And then you would say, I dare you to vote against it. If you vote against it, you're voting against 84% of Americans and you will lose your next
They're
election.
for it
I will
nominally.
campaign against you. I will find a Republican to campaign against you.
No.
And then, but you say, no, God,
No,
don't
no.
even try. Don't
These-
even
these
try.
policies-
Oh, we have these giant
Hold on, hold on.
differences, but we never pass our bills.
say
We never
Republicans-
even try.
Hold on.
And who took out $15 million?
Again, there's a lot of energy in it, and I don't like this. He's not letting him talk for his part. But again, this is the sentiment. Whether you like or disagree with this is something that, again, every single Democratic kind of person, supporter, political pundit, whatever, who wants to support this, they have to stop pussyfooting around. They also have to stop patronizingly, condescendingly saying it's more difficult than this and more difficult to this sentiment, because whether it's wrong or right, this sentiment dominates the current discourse in on the left and on the Democratic side, is that everyone's really tired of them of not trying. Again, everyone's tired of them of not taking the shot because the shot is only 85% chance of success or 74% chance of success. And they're tired of them only taking one shot, half-assing it, and then never ever taking that shot again because it didn't work out. And they go, well, it didn't work out. We can't possibly do it again. It's a complete 100% failed strategy. Okay, try it again. But it failed. Republicans literally will try the same strategy endlessly until it succeeds. And then they get their way. Democrats don't.
Minimum wage. Joe Biden took out $15 minimum wage. So they never mean it, brother. When is it going to get through to you that they don't pass it for a reason?
You say that Republicans agree with us. They agree nominally. I'll give you a great example of this. If you poll Republicans, should we cut Medicaid? They say no. When Medicaid's actually cut and you poll them, they're just cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. So like nominally, yes, everyone agrees universal health care is good. When you get into the nitty-gritty of actual policy,
again, I don't like that phrase nitty-gritty because it is equally condescending, though, again, should be because Cenk's being fairly condescending. So they nominally agree. So a big counterclaim is they agree, but when it actually happens, they don't care. Now, this is a big culture war aspect that people seem to be ignoring, is that indeed, because the culture war, because Republicans have done an incredibly effective job at rhetoric and basically the and maintaining the kind of conversational grounds for this. This is actually somewhat of counter argument to this guy. This is the issue, because Republicans have made it a kind of culture war thing, and they have these easy slogans to go back to: waste, fraud, LGBT, trans, hippie rights, blah blah blah, shit like that, because they can go back to that very easily, even though the people agree wholeheartedly, materially with it, because their consciousness and their overall sense of self is very dependent upon this culture war framework and the conversation around it. When it does happen, the bad thing that they wouldn't necessarily agree economically, is if it's framed culturally, the Republican voters will go along with it, and the Republicans get their way, and the Democrats just have to eat shit. So this is like the nitty gritty that he's getting to, is like, is okay, but then you aren't playing that same game. You aren't playing that culture war game. You aren't adjusting your strategy to work with these apparent uninformed, stupid voters who vote against their interests. You aren't doing this effectively at all. And ultimately, at the big end of it, is you're not being boisterous enough of an asshole and enough of a blowhard to actually get it passed, because that's kind of what people respond to. These people like bullies. Trump is a bully, and he bullies his way to winning, and they like winning, and they like bullies. So if that's then okay, then why aren't Dems taking more of a bully perspective? Why aren't they being more hard-nosed on these things? Why are they still taking this weird compromise, we're better than them, we aren't so stupid kind of perspective? Why aren't they doing this? Why are they allowing the culture war to be the primary way of things being divided? And why aren't they able to get these economic issues across? Why aren't they doing a better strategy? Why aren't they figuring it out? And again, I think Cenk is really simplifying this down to, they just want to lose, blah, blah, blah. That is not great. But the overall question, I feel like, is not being addressed by kind of either party, really.
It gets a lot more complicated. I agree, Democrats should fight much harder, use the bully pulpit, campaign on these issues, but the idea that they're willfully, purposefully sabotaging themselves,
But if they're not willing to fight, if they aren't fighting, then you have to go like, okay, you are what you do. If you aren't willing to do these things, then you aren't those things.
them, sure, but this is not as easy as you're painting it out to be.
Okay, so number one, on minimum wage, we at the Young Turks fought for Bernie to put it back in and at least get a vote. Okay, it got a vote. And guess what happened? The 8 Democratic senators who were pretending to be in favor of it all of a sudden voted with the Republicans. They had more than enough to block it because the Democrats don't mean it. They always do rotating villains. So, brother, at what point are you going to say the failure is on purpose and not, golly gee, they're the Washington Generals against the Harlem Globetrotters?
When you have slim majorities, paradigm-shifting policy is just harder to pass.
But 60 is not a slim majority. You constantly make excuses. Obama had $60
minimum
and he
wage.
still didn't do it.
Okay. Again, lots of talking over the middle part here. But again, this is, when you have slim majorities, but like Republicans have always had slim majorities and they win all the time because they're more lockstep. Again, the Democratic Party, for good or ill, kind of needs to get all of its party members under heel. They really need to get them under wraps so that they vote lockstep all the time. That's what the Republican Party did. They became extremists. They became party first. They became extraordinarily focused. And we might not like that as a system as a whole. But again, when you have one party that votes lockstep 99% of the time and one party that doesn't really do that and that keeps having these middle of the road, these centrist fucking wankers in their party who keep fucking it up, stop primarying them, stop supporting them, stop getting them. Get people who are 100% on your side, 100% loyal, 100% dedicated to this more socialist style thing that apparently Democrats want, according to this guy. If you believe that they want this, then they need to just start 100% primarying, literally cutting off funding. And do you know what? Kicking them out. I don't know if there's actually a process of that, but I think it's a party, and the party can kick people out of it. Just say, no, you're not going to run as a Democrat. Just kick them out. Like, I feel like in the past, I seem to remember, again, history books or whatever, from the 1910s, 20s, and 30s, people getting kicked out of parties all the time. These were smaller parties or whatnot, but even Republican Party, I think so. Like, kick them out. No, you will not be primaried as a Democrat. Get the fuck out of our party. You will go as an independent. Get the fuck out of here. And like, oh, we'll lose our small power because maybe they'll win. We'll lose our soft power there. Again, you're using foreign economic kind of policy idea with domestic. That's the word I'm looking for. Domestic policy. Like, how fucking cucked are you?
They could have 80 and you'd still find an excuse.
The ACA was massive legislation that he got with 60.
Yes,
60
beautiful
votes.
Romney Care from Heritage Foundation.
Nice meeting you, man.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
How are you?
Hey there.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So you raised a...
I'm going to go ahead and counterclaim. What is his counterclaim? I can't type today at all. I can never type, it seems. So what's this guy's counterclaim? Let's see.
very interesting point when you said that Democrats and Republicans agree essentially on the same issues and that they want to distract us with culture wars. The question that I would raise is, why are culture wars a distraction when they're such a vital issue? It's important to myself as a conservative, and I'm quite certain to every Democrat in this room, issues like abortion.
Why are culture wars a distraction when they not important? So one, this seems to be kind of looking at that secondary thing, but it also kind of just agrees to the first claim that Democrats and Republicans agree on economic issues. Second claim, they both try to divide and distract us with culture wars. This basically just agrees with the first claim, that they do use this to distract us, but you think it's important. So as a and again, it is ironic. Again, I kind of instantly knew the second he sat down, like, this guy's a conservative. He's got all the hallmarks of conservatism. So again, abortion and all the other key words he's going to bring up.
It's important to myself as a conservative, and I'm quite certain to every Democrat in this room, issues like abortion.
It's very, very important, but it's just like, yeah, those are, again, from a socialist standpoint, again, those are important for their material concerns. But again, most socialists, and even to some degree Democrats or whatever, are not really in the business of regulating culture. This is an interesting thing with conservatives. Conservatives abandoned material reality and are purely the new clergy class. For all their talk about the woke, people being all these new, like, it's a new religion, it's a cult, and they're using their religion to basically treating it like religion and good people and evil, and they're, throwing out anybody that disagrees, blah, 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 blah. That's actually the entire Republican and conservative mindset now, is purely, and it's always kind of been this way to a certain degree, is that they are far more concerned with controlling, maintaining tradition and or culture to an obsessive degree. That is the only thing that they really care about, is culture. Hence why they are the original culture war people. They're absolutely the ones who made it into a war, into a battle, like 100%. They were happy that the woke people came along to help fight them, because it gave them further. It's like, again, America, it's hard to give an excuse and figure out a reason to fund the military when you don't have an enemy. But also now you have an enemy. Now you can sell increases to the arms budget every day of the week, and people will, because they have an enemy. This again, it's interesting that they've just kind of gone full into, of course, I'm a culture war obsessive person. All I care about is, I don't care about abortion from a material standpoint. I don't even care about it from like a more philosophical standpoint. I care about it purely in that it's not even about the kid dying. It's not about morally good or evil. It's more about the cultural notions of moral good and evil. It is an object of obsession.
Social justice, or things that affect us in ways that maybe some policies.
But again, things that affect us in some ways that policies.
Abortion, social justice, or things that affect us in ways that maybe some policies only benefit the rich. Why should we not focus on things that benefit Americans every day and that could affect women's bodies or
benefit Americans every day? But again, most of that culture war stuff, again, some of it can be rather important, but ultimately banning abortion does not affect you. It doesn't. For all of you who might be against abortion, banning abortion is not going to make your pay more. It's not going to make your rent less. It's not going to make your groceries cheaper. It's not going to make your car run better. It's not going to make the streets safer. It's not going to make anything. And there are material things that will happen to it, but you won't be able, because it's going to be very difficult, to perceive how that negatively impacted you or positively impacted you. So again, this is purely in the realm of the abstract moral argument. You only benefit by the general sense of self-righteousness and victory, nothing else. Now, again, that's not me being pro or anti-abortion. That's me looking at what is the difference between culture wars versus more actual system and material focus, which, again, I don't think you should actually ignore. This is a good point. You shouldn't ignore culture. Not necessarily. But that's not necessarily, again, that's not necessarily what's meant by culture wars. And that's not saying that the culture war is not just, but they use the fact that the war is going on to distract from economic issues would be my counter argument. I don't know if that's where Cenk is going, but that would be my argument.
Gay people's right to get married or maintain the right.
Yeah. So I'm not saying that social issues are not important. That's why I vote Democrat instead of Republican, because I believe women should have the right to an abortion and many of the other things that are on the left. Okay. But at the same time, when you talk about trans sports, for example, do you know how many trans athletes there are in the NCAAs?
No, I don't.
10 out of 500,000 athletes. Okay. So for 10 people, we had this giant debate, and the far right were like, no, that's it. This is what the Democratic Party is all about. And the far left was like, yes, that is all we're about. And this is about vulnerable communities, and you have to protect them. So this is the hill we're going to die on. And we're going to talk about this nonstop, okay? But meanwhile,
How much was
we're
it?
getting yes, that is all right. So for 10 people, we had this giant debate. For example, do you know how many trans athletes there are in the NCAAs?
No, I don't.
10 out of 500,000 athletes. Okay. So for 10 people, we had this giant debate, and the far right were like, no, that's it. This is what the Democratic Party is all about. And the far left was like, yes, that is all we're about. And this is about vulnerable communities, and you have to protect them. So this is the hill we're going to die on. And we're going to talk about this nonstop, okay? But meanwhile, we're getting robbed every single administration. Trillions of dollars in tax cuts under Republicans and under Obama. Tax cut after tax cut for for the corporations, deregulation after deregulation. You know why they want to split us? They want you to fight left and right. They want you to look left and right. They don't want you to look up. Look up. Okay.
Well, of course, having to look up is very vital, okay? My master always tells us to look up. That's why I wear the cross. But the point that I'm making is that social issues.
Yeah, again, another kind of Christian conservative that can only speak through religious lens. Okay, whatever. I'm sorry, I'm being mean, but I've become very less tolerant of this kind of. To me, this is just as annoying as any kind of woke moralization. Whenever they make some weird kind of phrases, it's just kind of annoying. But yeah, like Cenk said, again, the cultural issues are important, but. Again, distraction. 10 translators leads among 500,000. Right-wing sets the debate. Left agrees because it's part of their culture war part. Material currents are on the left. Because energy and... So, and again, the political capital is spent on frivolous and sunk cost social issues that are damn near impossible. Again, culture is really hard to change. Again, people's personalities and feelings on this and traditions, this takes a lot. And oftentimes it is not a particularly, if the investment does pay off, it is decades down the line, decades and decades. So it might be nice to pay off, and we're seeing some payoff now from some of the pro-LGBT stuff, which is great. But it does take a lot of political capital to fight these things from both sides. And again, that's kind of a major issue there.
Issues. In order to really, wouldn't it make sense to effectively mobilize people? You should start with things that can touch them every single day. Social issues impact.
Again, things that touch them every single day. One thing I respond to on this one is this would be how I would respond, is that the perception of what affects them is bent and twisted by culture war nonsense. So the social and cultural aspects, it doesn't really affect them. They see it, but it is an aesthetic that they see, and then they respond and have this emotional response to this. But in many ways, that is taken as more of an immediate effect than the fact that they don't have health care every single day. And even though they're healthy, they know that if they get injured, they'll be in debt for the rest of their life. that doesn't perceive to them. So again, argument of perception, this would be a difficult thing to deal with, is that, again, this is that kind of overt obsession with the perception of a thing rather than the thing itself, or rather than things itself. It's purely ideological bent.
Children, women, men, all of us across all ages and across all ideologies. Shouldn't it be, for the American population whose average attention span is maybe 43 to 56 seconds at best, to influence them politically, wouldn't it be best to...
Notice again, no matter whether it's Democrat or Republican, there isn't a great deal of patronizing and disrespect shown. And I can understand, because again, people are pretty stupid and they've been made stupid, but they aren't born stupid. And that's the big difference that I would say, is that, and that might be the direction the Democrats take, is that they needed, honestly, they kind of dropped the ball. They needed to focus on education, but maybe they need to focus on, again, finding a way to educate without being patronizing. And just simply, again, giving people power to actually make choices. I don't know. Maybe that won't solve it, but something's got to change.
Start with something like a social issue that would then raise their awareness to issues dealing with the rich and issues dealing with taxes? Why not?
Because that splits us. It splits us on purpose. Those don't unify. I see.
Well, I mean, that's the kind of interesting thing right there, is that this is why the conservative wants this, because he wants the split. Whether he realizes it or not, he actually wants the split. Again, conservatives want the split because it creates a yes-no scenario to where their strategy of again, their strategy of inflexibility works best. If you have a yes-no scenario and you have one party that's flexible to changing their position, one party that's not flexible to changing their position, but consensus must be reached, again, the inflexible one wins out over the flexible one. So conservatives want it to be, yes, we will change the economics, but only after changing the social stuff, because they know that they're way more extreme, obsessive, and focused on this than their counterparts. Their very strategy of conservative thought is to be this extremism. So when in this fight, they know that, again, if they don't get it, and let's say the other people win, they just won't change. They won't do anything. They will keep doing this, and they will force issues like, either you have to throw all of us in prison for not doing this, or you have to let us change the law back to where instead of a yes, it's now a no. It's a no in our areas, and it's a yes in other areas. And then you have to allow us, after we get that, to change the yes in other areas to be a no, because we visit those areas and we don't like this. So it should be a no across the board, with the occasional yes, which again, we will eventually get through. Again, the inflexible one works. That's why this guy wants this to go that direction.
Taxes? Why not?
Because that splits us. It splits us on purpose. Those don't unify. I say the exact opposite. Why don't you start on bills we all agree on that have over 70% popularity, like getting money out of politics, anti-war, lowering drug prices through Medicare. Instead, you get to social issues. Here, I'm from a vulnerable community. I'm from a Muslim background, right? But if I told Democrats, I want you to focus only on Muslim rights, that'd be mental. Don't do that. I'm not saying don't care about Muslim rights. I want you to care about that. I want everyone to have 100% same rights.
What I'm saying is, why
build credibility by actually delivering for all of the American people. We raised all of your wages. We brought down drug prices for everyone, for Republicans and Democrats.
But by your logic, that could undermine certain things, like going back in history for a second here, the civil rights movement, things like that, which were inherently social and economic issues in combination. Why not? My question is, why not work with both of those issues side by side? Why are you deliberately attempting to prioritize one over the other?
No,
So it's an interesting thing, is trying to make the social into the economic thing, and by getting them in there, that can kind of work, And that could maybe be an interesting way to go about it. But the problem is that visual and aesthetic changes, idealistic changes, will satisfy it. Because if your primary engagement with this thing is purely from an ideal standpoint, purely from an aesthetic standpoint, a cultural standpoint, if the culture changes but materialistically nothing changes, the system doesn't change, then you are satisfied because your primary goal was the culture change and not the system change, would be the issue with this. How I would respond. Again, I'm not sure if Cenk will respond with this, probably not. But Cenk wants to create this kind of, we want to fight for everybody, this populist kind of sentiment. And again, this ends up just kind of, the way I would argue is that this ends up, I would want him to explain a bit more why this divides. Is that this creates an illiberal environment in the sense that people don't have the right to choose anymore. They have to make one culture be the thing, and everyone else has to adopt to it. It ends up being a yes-no kind of scenario. Whereas with the other one, it kind of allows more of a freedom to choose based on your own community to live, but the overall system changes. Now, again, the civil rights thing, they attached the system and the economics with also the social thing. That's kind of true, but kind of not. Again, and I think it's actually putting the cart before the horse on that one, because the social problem was always present, but when they made it more materially present and then argued based upon the logic and material logic of these things, or illogic of racism, then they looked back at these social aspects. But maybe that's just my reading.
What I'm saying to you, brother, is two things. Number one, you can walk and chew gum at the same time. So you don't have to give up Muslim rights. You don't have to give up civil rights. You don't have to stop worrying about that, etc. You can fight on that, but don't forget, you're not supposed to hate the other side. They want you to hate the other side. Stop hating the other side. Fight on the issues you don't agree on. And then on the things you do agree on, stop listening to establishment Republicans and establishment Democrats that divide you so that you never realize, hey, why are most of the tax cuts going to the rich? Why are corporations getting every break? Why is it that in every bill, all the subsidies go to oil companies, banks, etc.?
Well, that's largely due to the fact.
So why don't we unite on the things we agree on first?
But by your own logic, that does a disservice to the fact that it doesn't do a disservice. It acknowledges the fact that as you still vote Democrat, you are still in essence supporting the very system.
Oh, it crashed. Hold on.
That you're at the same time talking about tearing down. So it's a lot of double talk, is it?
Supporting the very systems that you're trying to tear down. It's not necessarily about tearing down the system. And again, the way I would kind of respond, and again, this is somewhat fair, is one, I don't know how this solves. I don't know how his prescription would solve things. This conservative, because his tears it down just as much as the other. But the big thing I would find, or I would respond on this one, is that I don't want there to not be Democrats or Republicans. And honestly, it's perfectly fine to have conflict of social and or material things, but there's certain, we need to get the basics done, would be the idea, is that we need to get the basics, and these are very large scale basics that we need to get done. And then we can argue over the minutia kind of things. Like we can have physical argument of whether or not some things should be 3.5% or 4.8%. That's kind of maybe the direction I would take this, is that the bar the bar needs to be raised where, yes, we can have material and social disagreements, but there's some fundamental stuff that is so egregious right now, that is so terrible across the board, that those things need to be solved and agreed upon.
Not?
No, what I do is
you can't vote Democrat and then say that, well, because they still support the rich and the rich still get all the tax cuts, I'm still going to cast my vote, which is the most powerful political weapon you have.
Again, this most powerful political tool, it's not the most powerful. It's not the only political tool you have. It's just the only one that you've been allowed to have. But less said on that, the better.
to the very establishment that you're on one hand trying to tear down. That's nonsense.
That's why primaries are.
And again, it's interesting that he says this, is that ultimately loyalty, even to a fault, loyalty to an almost obsessive matter is the core foundation of most conservative New Age politics. Loyalty to Trump, loyalty to this figurehead, loyalty to the God Emperor, whatever it is. That's what they're obsessed with. Is so when they talk about the other ones, they're talking about, well, you're being hypocritical and strange, but they themselves are the opposite side of this. So the only reason it looks hypocritical to them or bad to them is because they are equally as obsessive, just in the opposite direction.
Critical. What if I want one thing for you guys all to think about is, you must vote in your primaries, because the mainstream media doesn't want you voting in the primaries, because that's where you can make real change. So that's why they love it when you go, oh, well, if you don't vote for a Democrat, Trump's going to be in office and Trump's the boogeyman, and the Republicans will say likewise, right? So go vote in your primaries so you don't have to worry about Democrats or Republicans. You're still in the same party, but get rid of the bums who are for corporate donors, who always serve donors, and get people that you love on both economic issues and social issues. You don't have to give up one, but you have to insist on them representing you and not the donor class.
Very great conversation, brother.
Thank you,
Great
brother.
conversation.
So far, Cenk is probably a bit too explosive in this conversation, but that's just kind of Cenk. But it is overall, compared to the last one, which was just Mehdi Hassan versus 20 racist pieces of shit. This is infinitely better. Somebody's got 2 minutes.
Hello.
Hey,
Nice to meet you.
nice to meet you.
So I'm not going to disagree with you that in every case, Democrats don't go after the most radical economic policy. One example that I've
Not
heard,
radical. They all pull over 70%.
Sure. Yeah, sure. I'm a Democrat myself. I agree with a lot of what you say. One example of what you said before is that Joe Biden wanted to cut the corporate, or raise the corporate income tax to 28% instead of back to 35%. However, I think that one point to consider would be the fact that a lot of the times Democrats are having to clean up the mess that Republicans made, and when someone like Joe Biden.
So this is kind of true. In a general sense, is Dems clean up Republicans mess, which is actually kind of true. Every time, it's funny, you can look at from like historically economic trends in general. For the most part, outside of like Ronald Reagan, but even Ronald Reagan for the most part, is you always end up seeing these mass, it always looks like the Dems are taking in like, wow, the economy, things are kind of bad. And the first 2-3 years it stays kind of bad, but it starts rising up a little bit towards the last year, and like, oh, okay, it gets a little bit better, but it's still not amazing. Republicans come in and the economy is doing great, but that's because usually everything that gets passed, whether it be tax cuts or changes in policies, increases in taxes, whatever, it always takes like 2 to 4 years before the effects are really starting to be seen. So whenever you see a downturn, you always would see these weird initial downturns on the Democrat side where like, whoa, the Democrats are tanking the economy. It's like, no. The Democrats created conditions for the 2 to 4 years the Republican is offense for that to do amazing. The Republican makes changes that won't be seen until the Democrat gets until the next person is voted in, which usually is a Democrat. You know, you're getting this back and forth, especially from large scale economic policies on like the national scale. So we're talking presidential, whatever. So you would see these upturns and downturns and upturns and downturns. And it's usually because Dem policies lead to stronger economy, but they take 2 to 4 years to work. Republicans do short-term benefit so the economy can grow really great, but it has a long-term cost that actually overall is detrimental to the economy. It gives you like a short little burst. It's kind of like the Republicans are the people who are constantly doing the cash for credit kind of thing. Those quick cash, quick credit little things that, oh, well, you will need $5,000 or $1,000 right now. We'll give it to you. You don't even need a credit check. We'll just charge you 48% interest. But again, initially for the first week or 2 weeks or a month, you have an extra $1,000, $2,000, and you're benefiting greatly from that. Problem is that 6 months from now, all of a sudden you have a massive fucking debt that you can't pay off. That's taking up, it's taking tons of money from you, and you're way worse off for it. That's kind of the Republican strategy. It's short-term goal, long-term loss. That was the true for again, Reagan. Reagan law was short-term good, long-term loss. Lots of tax cuts that did terribly, and then Democrats kind of changed their strategies. And again, Bill Clinton did some good stuff, but also still managed to cut to tons of taxes. Was still very pro-corporate. It was just slightly more long-term, stable pro-corporate than the extremely short-term gain, long-term loss pro-corporate aspect of the Republicans.
He has 2 years of adequate Senate support, right? It's very difficult to argue that he should be pursuing farther left tactics when we're just trying to get a reconciliation bill passed that can be supported by Joe Manchin, right?
But again, that ends up kind of, I'm not sure if this argues against the point, because Dems have to clean up the mess, so they have to hedge their bets and to fix under the Republicans. So this ends up kind of like, yeah, but this, whether they realize it or not, Dems are stuck in a cyclical system that again seems to be what, again, the more revolutionary aspects of Cenk is trying to get rid of, is this system of rise and fall, ebb and flow. Dems clean up the Republicans' mess. Republicans benefit from the cleanup, do more mess. Dems try to clean it up. So it's constantly this push and pull. Dems hold the center. Republicans push us right. But now the Dems are trying to pull us back from the right, but they find the center point, not at the center, but from wherever they were to where the Republicans took us, they split the difference and find that center boat. So we're still a little farther right, a little further worse off than we were before. Republicans push us further to the right, even more so. Then Democrats find the center point, and so on and so forth. This is how the Overton window shifts. The Overton window shifts because who dares wins. The most extreme party that is dedicated to not the status quo, but to their extremism, ends up taking the win, whereas the status quo party is constantly trying to just play defense, and because they aren't pushing adequately far in the opposite direction, they end up just moving the center point further and further towards the extremist that is pushing it.
The economy was completely destroyed in 2020 after COVID. It was completely destroyed in 2007 after Obama. So there has to be a little give there.
So on economic issues, what I'm telling you, brother, is that they're playing good cop, bad cop. On you, on all of us, okay? So the tax cuts is a perfect example. So you're right. Donald Trump takes it from 35 to 21. It's a massive corporate tax cut. That's on Trump. Yeah. That's on the Republicans. Then Joe Biden says, well, I'm going to fight that. And he gets a lot of votes to go fight that. And he says, I'm going to bring it back up to 28%. I'm like, wait, it was at 35. So already he's conceding, yeah, I love corporate tax,
right,
donor.
Yeah. So again, this is one of those things where, yes, the compromise, they're always compromising, but the compromise ends up not really doing anything. It's, again, Band-Aid fixes. So massive corporate tax cut down to 21%. We try to get it back up to 35, but that's unrealistic. So we hedge your bets at 28. But again, either way, the Republicans got what they wanted. If you look at the whole conflict, Republicans wanted lower than 35%. Democrats are fine with it, or Democrats actually want it increased. What ends up happening after the big conflict and fight ends up at 28 to 25%. It's less than it was. Republicans win. They just don't win a lot, but they win. This is the problem.
At corporate tax cuts.
Yeah.
Hold on. Then he says, oh, well, Joe Manchin wants to make it 25. So golly gee, I don't have a choice, 25. Then did he fight for 25? No, he never introduced it. Never fought for 25. So you tell me, Joe Biden had 4 years and kept it at 21% and never even tried.
Well, realistically, he had 2 years to get a bill passed. It's the truth. At the end of the day, right, if Joe Manchin sticks it somewhere and he says, well, okay, maybe I'll let you have an expansion of the child tax credit, for example, if you keep it at 21. We don't know all the backdoor negotiations that happened between Joe Biden and Joe Manchin. At the end of the day, right, you can't have everything you want, whether you're Joe Manchin or Joe Biden.
Did you ever consider that they don't mean it? The reason that Joe Biden never tried to raise corporate.
And again, maybe people are, Cenk is being a bit too obscure with this idea of meaning it, is that I can absolutely understand what it means to care about a topic, but also not really mean or care about it. In the sense, like, I can argue days in, days out about like literature stuff and whether or not the prequel trilogy, the sequel trilogy, the original trilogy are better when it comes to Star Wars, the Star Wars trilogies. What's better or worse? But ultimately, and I might seem like, oh, I really care about this because I'm putting a lot of energy and topic into it. But ultimately, if somebody asked me, do I care about this? I would say no, because when I say care, there's like two levels of care. There's the capital C care and there's the little c care. Little c care is frivolous nonsense that I will put tons of energy into, sunk cost to the point of ridiculousness. But it's always like social cultural kind of energy. It's in my mind, it is ultimately not too important, because anything that is capital C care that gets involved with it, that's when capital C care always wins out over little c care. So little c care, the Democrats care about these things. They want to push it forward. But capital C, are they actually willing to put in and really put themselves or anything on the line, put their career on the line? Are they willing to do this? No. No would be the answer that Cenk gives, and that it's really hard to argue against. If you care about a thing, what does that actually mean? What level of care are we talking about? You might care, even if we ignore big C, little c kind of distinction of care. You may care, but it's kind of like, it is so low on the hierarchy that, yeah, technically you do care about it, but there's so much more that is more important to you that it loses out to almost anything. And again, the extremists push it far, and the status quo people and the status quo moves in favor of the extremists because they can't bring it back far enough. Again, 35 goes to, we don't need a space there, goes to 21, goes to 28, maybe, which goes to 25, maybe, which goes to, we'll just stick at 21. Or even if we did win, because, well, we still have compromise. Again, Republicans want it lower than 35%. Whether it's at 28 or 25, it doesn't matter. They win.
Taxes is because he doesn't want corporate taxes to go up. It was all a trick. It was all a game played on all of us.
No, I don't buy it.
No, I know. There was nothing they could do. That's why they didn't even bother trying. They never bothered trying on any of this. And you keep insisting,
Look.
well, good enough. I'll take my 5% change. Thank you, sir. May I have another, sir? So please, for God's sake, wake up and
Yeah, I disagree
unite to
with you.
actually get economic policies that we love. The whole country wants.
You can say
except
that,
those corrupt
but
politicians.
in West Virginia, Kamala Harris lost by 30 points, okay? If you put someone that is to the left of Kamala Harris on any economic...
Again, it's strange that this is also simplistic, is that, oh, if you put somebody to the left, she'll lose even more. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I care.
They're going to lose by that same margin.
You're totally wrong. Do you know what percentage of Americans want to not cut taxes on the rich, but raise taxes
Probably
on the rich?
all of them when you ask it that way.
No. What do you mean? On television, they constantly say, oh, cutting taxes is popular. Raising taxes is very unpopular. That's not true. Raising taxes on the rich polls at 76%. You would win West Virginia. You would win Kentucky if you ran on populist campaign. If you said, yes, I'm going to raise taxes on the rich. Yes, I'm going to give you lower drug prices. Yes, I'm going to give you higher wages. But the Democrats don't say that. They say, oh, I'm going to try a little bit, and then I'm not even going to introduce any of those bills. I don't think the lens that you're seeing it through is the lens that a lot of voters see it through when they're going to vote for people like Joe Manchin, people that will give us a Senate majority. Good talk, all right,
man.
thank you.
Yeah. Well, you didn't have a lot of time. And Cenk did kind of talk over him too much. That was very rude on your part. Points lost there, Cenk. I didn't like that. Don't talk over people. But that's kind of Cenk. He talks over everybody.
Surrounded is now a conversation.
Agenda. It's a marketing ploy, not.
Democrats don't want to pass their agenda. It's a marketing ploy, not a mission. So this isn't real. I would have a problem with this because I think this is basically the same kind of claim as the first thing. So claim 2. Dems don't want to pass their agenda. It's a marketing ploy. Okay, so we break that down. Let's see if we can break that down into some general premises. So, Dems present agenda. Dems, or we can say the Dems want a agenda. Dems present A as B, or like this, or something like A agenda is not popular. B agenda is popular. Dems present A as B. Okay. Can't type today. I'm just nonsensical here. My apologies. All right, so it's a marketing ploy. Dems want agenda A. Agenda A is not popular. B agenda is popular. Dems present A as B. When B /A loses, they are not upset. Okay.
Mission.
Hi, Zena. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Zena.
I've seen her a couple times. She's been in quite a few of these. All right, so familiar face. Zena, she usually has some interesting philosophical kind of approaches to it. So let's see what she goes with this one.
Awesome. So I think that we largely agree, like kind of others have said. I just like want a little clarity on understanding how Democrats like water down their social issues, things like DEI.
So, let's just get rid of the. So, more clarity on how Dems water down DEI.
On understanding how Democrats like water down their social issues, things like DEI and other measures to kind of bridge the gap that we've seen in like racial disparity, for example. How, in your worldview, do we reconcile such issues?
So in the beginning, did we need affirmative action? Definitely, because what happened before the civil rights movement was, so let's say that your firefighters or your longshoremen, those are really good jobs. They pay pretty well. They're good blue collar jobs. What do you want to do? You want to pass it on to your kids because you're normal, right? That's the type of thing that you want to do. Yeah. But unfortunately, at that point, almost all the jobs are held by white people. So we do affirmative action because, guys, we got to let others in. Otherwise, it's not fair, right? And so that makes sense. But then over the course of decade after decade after decade, we wind up with DEI. And DEI has some good things in it, but it also had some abuses in it. We covered it on the Young Turks. There'd be situations where a white woman would say, okay, now can I tell you my perspective? And they would say, no, shut up, your job is to learn. No, don't do that, okay?
So are you talking about like fringe cases in which like someone would say that they feel unfairly treated by DEI? Because I think in any type of law.
So yeah, I'm not sure what he was going on with that. So affirmative action meant to open up the economic aspects of society. So the goal of this was material access. Then he has a problem with, he brings up some kind of nonsensical...
course of decade after decade after decade, we wind up with DEI. And
so DEI is bad.
DEI has some good things in it, but it also had some abuses in it.
So abuses in it. So he's going to bring up some kind of random jab at DEI.
We covered it on the Young Turks. There'd be situations where
a
white woman would say, okay, now can I tell you my perspective? And they would say, no, shut up, your job is to learn. No.
So again, he's being rather, a big critique of this is general... Yeah, small interpersonal issues that happened in some kind of systematic way that I'm not sure, like, this is going to be a problem of unspecificity and a lack of good, solid examples. I would expect a better example than some random example that isn't even an example. It's just some kind of general analogy.
No, don't do that, okay?
So are you talking about like fringe cases in which like someone would say that they feel unfairly treated by DEI? Because I think in any type of law that we're going to see passed, we're going to see fringe cases in which the law is I guess manipulated in some case to negatively affect certain groups. But I think that we see like largely the effect on the Black population is extremely substantial and extremely important. For example, we see that like I think there's a study done, I don't remember if it was 2015 or 2002, but it was a study done where they simulated a class-based DEI program instead of race. What we found was equally qualified Black individuals were much less likely to be chosen on this class-based protocol, and we saw that like the protocol actually represented a lot less of the Black population that exists in this country, whereas DEI ensures that we have a representative pool of applicants and admitted students in our colleges, which is an extremely...
I would be interested to see what that study was. Not necessarily disagreeing with it. I've seen some aspects like that. I haven't seen a lot of I'm not sure what she means by class-based test here, because from my general experience, there isn't a lot that looks at class, because class isn't really that important. I'm not sure if I would agree on Cenk in this point, but I would say that class-based analysis tends to be forgotten in favor of race, sex, and ethnicity-based kind of assessments. So I'd be curious to see what that actual study was.
Important.
So look, again, DEI and affirmative action had their role, had their place, and oftentimes
I'm saying that they have a role now.
So, but what it also does at the same time, though, is serves to divide us. And so, look, if you say to me, hey, maybe Muslims have a disadvantage even if you take class into account, so should we give a little bit of extra weight to Muslim candidates? I would say, absolutely not.
Why not?
Do not do that, because then what it does is it makes everyone bitter about the Muslim candidates.
Here's the problem.
And it makes them seem like they
here's
didn't
what I
earn
find
it,
super important.
when in fact they did earn it.
So what you're explaining is the response to the policy, and you're not actually digging at the policy in a bit.
That's a good thing, is that, again, whether or not the policy is good is the response to policy, which is kind of this is the difference between a kind of almost ontological good versus kind of some kind of consequentialist perspective, in the sense of you're looking at, is this policy good just philosophically in general, objectively good? Yes. Is the response to it, though, that would be where Cenk comes in, and Cenk says, yeah, but this pisses people off. So it's funny that on social issues, he's actually kind of more of a status quoist. He's actually exhibiting the same issues he calls out the Democrats for. He's just doing it somewhat on social issues, is that Democrats don't want to push the economic thing because they're terrified that they can't get it passed, and they're terrified of the response, blah, blah, blah. So they're constantly hedging their bets and blah, blah, blah. Cenk is kind of doing that, but on the social cultural aspect, whether or not the policy is good or not, or fair, logical, consistent, blah, 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 doesn't matter. What it is that we don't want to lose the populist support.
Itself. You're saying because people will come out and be, racist or Islamophobic or whatever it might be because of a policy that is ensuring equality of opportunity, we should cancel the policy. But that is not a critique of the policy. That's a critique of the Republican or usually conservative response to said policy. So do you have a problem with the policy or the response?
So my point here is that this is among the different things that the Democrats do, where they say, hey, I think they're being performative. They say, oh, we're in favor of DEI.
It might be performative, but the output is important.
What the thing that would help African American community, Latino community, Muslim community, all those communities, is actually raising the minimum wage, lowering drug prices. But we never do the material help. We never do the things that equal things out economically.
You still haven't critiqued the policy in of itself. You're saying people will get angry if we...
I'm not sure if there's a specific policy named here, so I'm not sure if a specific critique would be useful or not, but it is fair to bring up.
Come out and we promote these different metrics of helping
I am
people.
Critiquing the policy.
So what exactly about the policy is
because
negative?
It divides us.
How does the policy divide?
Even though it has
by saying that racism exists.
Yeah. So
but racism.
No, but not by saying that racism exists. So you have to acknowledge reality, right? What you're saying is now we're going to put black people in this category. We're going to put white people in this category.
Because there are categories that exist now at a subconscious level that we characterize each other by.
So even if you get a benefit from that, you say, hey, I reduced racism by 10%, 20%, etc. What you're doing is you're not noticing the giant downside of that, which is then people start to view each other as black, white,
We've
Asian,
always done that. That's happening unconsciously all the time.
It does, but I could see a kind of counter argument is that what it does do is it enshrines this as a legal and righteous thing rather than something that should be done in quiet, or that should be not acceptable in the public view, and now enshrines it as a public and political discourse that must always be. I can see positive negatives coming from this. It's interesting she's getting very fiery about this, but that's it's just in the previous issues on she tends to hold her calm quite a bit more. But Cenk is irritating to a certain degree.
You're right, but what I would love is for us to stop doing that.
All of our psychology.
For people to stop looking at me as a Muslim and you as a black person.
If you want us to have less,
I want him to look.
Yeah, he does talk over a lot. That's the big thing, is he talks over a lot, and that's very irritable. And again, he's trying to argue, I want people to argue this. This is fairly naive, and this is kind of when you become too material brained. Like I tend to be very much a material focused kind of critique when it comes to like actual policy and politics and whatever, and the social and cultural stuff. I think it's important, but I think it's a different fucking venue. It's a different sport, and the rules of one should not necessarily impact the rules of the other. But even then, like, I don't take it to this extreme.
Look at you as an American and me as an American.
If you want less racism and less racial categorizing, or us to see that as less of an initial categorization, studies show that we need to attack racism and race as a concept.
But here's the interesting thing. The one I would say is like this, okay, but you just said, or you said for the most part, that we've always done this, and it certainly, the implication seems to be that this is an unchanging problem. And, oh, well, we want to combat racism by focusing on this, but are you going to combat racism? Like, we still will see each other as racially different, but we just won't have negative connotations to this. But that also seems somewhat equally naive, just like Jenks is equally naive, in a different direction, in that it assumes that somehow we won't find petty ways to discriminate against ourselves, and still based upon race or whatever differences we have, because that's just the high school bully mentality that we have as humans. So I'm not sure how this would fix anything by her standards.
Step like head on. We cannot ignore them or input race neutral policy into place. What we find is that characterizing race, saying what it is, saying what racism is, and thus confronting ourselves with our biases is what limits them. So no, we can't say, oh, let's stop dividing people with the corrective policy. The corrective policy is helping something that has always existed, that's happening all the time.
So I told you I have an issue with the policy itself. I think it divides us.
You haven't explained it, though.
And do the Democrats actually pass their agenda? Even if they agreed with you, did they pass Voting Rights Act? They did not.
The problem is capitulating to right framework, which I think was what you're doing here when you said the response to DEI is going to be negative. The thing is, when we... All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
She came in really fiery. It's interesting. Again, normally she doesn't come in that fiery. That's really, really interesting.
Hey, good to meet you.
So Democrats don't want to pass.
All right, so the next claim. The next counter argument. We'll see. What is it?
Their agenda. I would say they want to pass their agenda. It's just, if you ask 50 Democrats what their agenda is, you'd get 60 different answers. We've got the environmentalists who hate the labor people. The labor people hate the environmentalists. We have the gay rights lobby. We have racial justice people. We have all.
So this seems to be an argument of... no one agenda can be passed. The agenda is so diverse that no one agenda can be passed. Or if it is not. Not recognized as the Democrat agenda. Okay.
Different people, immigration activists, like everybody thinks that their issue is the most important one. And I know you don't acknowledge that usually at the beginning of an administration, there's the maximum political capital. And if they don't get something in that time, then they weren't really trying. But what has happened in the past, we saw Biden pass a number of bills in those first 2 years. The CHIPS Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the American Rescue Plan. Obama passed the Affordable Care Act. We've passed all kinds of things, but we also all disagree on what the hell the Democrats should do. And that leads to the point where somebody is always frustrated in our coalition, because we are not just a big tent, we're a 3-ring circus ring. Like, we have such a big tent that's collapsing in on itself. Yeah. So this idea that we don't want to.
So again, this is actually an interesting critique that I've had about that is that so it collapses collapses on itself. That is an interesting problem, and one of the correct solutions to this is, in my idea, is a multi-party system, not a binary one. But again, conservatives are so lockstep in on themselves that because we can't change the social, conscious, political, philosophical perspective on this, because it makes it so difficult, because we can't do this, we can't break this stranglehold of this binary. this Democrat Republican. We don't have functioning Green Party, Socialist Party, Republican Party, neoliberal party, liberal party, Labor Party. We don't have parties that have their own specific agenda, that they work somewhat like the, again, party lines. Again, we have one giant country that only has one vote, one thing, versus like a European system to where you have like multiple countries. Again, we have our states thing, but we don't really have, it's not like, again, it's too big, it's too broad to at this point, or we've collectivized ourselves to a point where now it's kind of a problem, but we can't break this problem up because Republicans are lockstep in their non-policy, non-issue culture war, nonsensical insanity.
Pass an agenda. The last point I'll make, because I'm taking up a lot of time, I would just look at the places where Democrats have all the power. Like here in California. California, when you were growing up, I was growing up. I'm actually an 80-year-old man. That's why I got my Mr. Rogers sweater. It was smog here in LA. Like you couldn't see 50 feet in front of your house. We created not just the most powerful environmental regulator in this country. CARB is the most powerful environmental regulator in the world. And that was Democrats that did that. So this idea that when Democrats have power, they don't actually know what to do with it is bogus. We've seen it here in California. We've seen it in New York with free college. We've seen it in many states. So I just don't agree that we don't act.
So I do also think that is good, is that on the state level, Democrats are effective when in. So they do. So I think this would be a great counter to this, is that I think Cenk's only retreat to this is to take it away from, take it into the national, not state arena, and large scale federal government aspects. So Dems don't pass in that regard, and they'll do within reason. Again, they might even just go back to that kind of 5% or whatever, that they'll change certain systems, and they'll make capitalism more friendly, but they'll always be capitalist. They'll make capitalism a little bit shinier and a little bit less grimy, but it'll always be capitalism. So again, this might just be a fundamental divide between a kind of, I suppose Cenk is more of a leftist socialist kind of perspective. I'm not sure. He's a political pundit, so he is whatever he's going to be that is popular. But this is just kind of that fundamental disagreement between, or it might get to that fundamental disagreement between a pro-capitalist sentiment and a pro-socialist sentiment.
Actually want to do anything.
Okay, so you mentioned about a dozen things there. Let me take two of them as an example. So the CHIPS Act that you mentioned, right? The Democrats told us when we were covering it live on the Young Turks, oh, this is such a monumental bill. It's so important. And I was like, okay, nobody's going to vote based on that. So put that aside, because that was definitely true, but okay, not pertinent to whether they were trying to do something that the Democratic voters wanted. So that they said that was for national security. Okay, there's some truth to that, right? And they said it was to, don't worry, this is to create more jobs. So now, what did they do? Very typical Democratic bill. They passed over $50 billion in corporate subsidies. The number one recipient was Intel, $8.5 billion in grants and $11 billion in loans. So about $20 billion overall. I said, for God's sake, at least put it in guardrails so they can't fire people. They said, oh, don't worry, Intel's going to create.
Intel announced its plan to lay off 25,000 worldwide by the end of 2025. The company received nearly $20 billion in funds and loans from the CHIPS Act. So CHIPS Act was more corporatist capitalism saves the day, more money, the rich to create jobs, kind of, again, more trickle-down economics. Another trickle-down economics without regulations and requirements that are strict enough to prevent disaster. And then again, Intel gets tons of funding and gets rid of jobs. Takes money and runs, despite getting all of this money, primarily with the idea of creating jobs. We want you to do this to create jobs, to create factories, do all this. This is a massive thing. I want you to reinvest in American economics and the job market, and Intel takes the money and still announces they're going to lay off 25,000 employees worldwide. So they're going to take the money, shrink their base. It seems problematic.
10,000 jobs. You know what they did? They didn't put in the guardrails, and right afterwards, Intel fired 20,000 people.
That's just weird to mention guardrails against firing people when you rejected a union at your company and fired somebody for organizing.
Yeah, that is absolutely not true. You could say that if you like.
That is true. Look it up. There's
I don't like the ad hominem on this one. Again, yes, he might be a hypocrite, but that doesn't at all address the lack of guardrails on this one. Again, for a conversation that seems to be going relatively well, without too much extremism, without too much craziness and fucking evil hate, Cenk is being loud and boisterous. That's kind of how he is. The fact that you immediately respond with some kind of bullshit ad hominem, which again, production and post-production crew at the Young Turks voted to unionize in 2020. According to a report in Politico's, Cenk Uyger intensely pressured staffers not to unionize. Again, maybe he's a piece of shit, maybe he's a hypocrite. It doesn't argue against the point.
Union now, but
yeah, you could look it up
it.
to a bunch of liars, but this is a random thing that you're throwing in there, I guess, to just personally attack me. But there is a union. I'll tell you facts. Do you want to explain facts? So facts are, yes, IATSE is at Young Turks. It's been at Young Turks for.
A complaint was filed with the National Labor Board relations after a pro-union employee was fired. According to the NLRB government, the case was withdrawn.
Over 5 years.
Did you or did you not reject a card check?
Yeah.
According to the Political report, the Young Turks staffer votes were tallied 9-6 in favor of unionizations. Employees organized for a union wrote on Twitter, "We're thrilled to now have a voice at the on the job at TYT."
I did. And so, in fact, card check, yes, that is the one thing I disagree with in the PRO Act. And yes, you are allowed to disagree with one part of the bill or 5% of a bill, right? And so in our case,
so
what
we can
happened,
compromise
you want to
and
get
have
into my
nuance?
personal dealings at Young Turks? Okay, fine, we can do it.
It's not personal, it's a public thing.
No, okay, no problem. Okay.
It was personal because you're using it to attack him. That's the kind of the point.
But let me address it. Now you got into a weirdo thing that not about policy, not about the Democrats, but about my company. Fine. So since you smeared me, let's explain. So that people come in and go, okay, surprise, we didn't ask you for anything, but we formed a union. I go, guys, great, prove it. They say, oh, we had a secret vote. And then people come up to me, other employees.
That's what a card check is.
Hold on. Other employees come up to me and go, they're intimidating us. We didn't ask for this.
We're getting way off base here.
I know, because
Yeah, but you started it off base. You can't decide to bring up a topic. There's an old my history teacher used to tell me this when it came to writing essays or whatever, and he grilled me over the fucking coals over this, is that unless you're prepared to talk about it, don't mention it. And if you have to mention it, but you can't talk about it, then you need to go back and study, because if you bring it up, you have to talk about it in full, in depth, as much as you can. Whatever the topic is, whatever the subject is, you want to bring up, you're doing some other thing, and you're talking about German supply lines, and you make some passing comment about French supply lines, but you don't really explain anything about the difference between German and French supply lines during World War I, World War II, or whatever, then your ass better be prepared to talk about French supply lines in depth enough to make the argument that they are different and or whatever. If you don't want to talk about French supply lines, don't talk about French supply lines. Just don't mention it. You bring it up, you bring this up, it is now fair game. We're getting off in the weeds. Too bad. You brought it up. It's your topic.
Because you brought us off base with a random attack
Because
against
you brought
me.
up guardrails.
Then
Let me just say one final
Let
thing.
me finish.
That's also not a good example of guardrails. The example of guardrails that he was bringing up is that, again, you're going to give somebody or do something to protect an industry or whatever, or I want this done in a certain way. You put in guardrails to ensure that the thing is done. So if I want you to go from point A to point B, I put in guardrails to ensure that you will reach point B. Now, I might be willing to move the guardrails a little bit here and there and bend them so that you can take, rather than taking a straight line, you maybe take a little bit of a curved line. But either way, you end up at point B. My goal is accomplished. If you don't put in the guardrails and they go from point A to point C, then I didn't accomplish shit. That I don't know how this relates to Cenk Uyger's anti-union actions.
Because you're not going to smear me and not let me explain, okay? So then I said, since people felt intimidated, it's okay.
You felt intimidated.
No. How do you know? You're not even, you weren't there. You're just making stuff up.
Because you're the one that fought it.
So hold on.
You're the one that went to the NLRB and had
to. What the hell is this?
You don't want to shift the answer. You just want to filibuster.
Okay, let me answer. So then I said, for God's sake, just do a vote. No problem. You get a union the very next day. They did a vote. And it passed, and they got a union immediately. As soon as I was sure that all of our employees were not being intimidated or bullied, they instantly got a union, and we've had a union for 5 years. There's people who are like...
in response to public pressure, but okay.
There are people who are making stuff up 24/7, and they keep telling people like you that we rejected a union when we didn't. We authorized it immediately as soon as we had a fair vote. Okay, now back to what you thought...
Yeah. Waste of time. Congratulations, dude.
I thought we were arguing about.
Good talking to you.
Not really, but okay.
Yeah, not really, dipshit. I wouldn't, again, I would be much harsher on him, even though, again, he's not being quite as horrible as the last Jubilee video. Again, I wouldn't, because, yeah, that was a shit, and I don't know, again, I've heard back and forth on this. I think Cenk Uyger was being a bit of a hypocritical reactionary dick when it came to the unionization. I think he was afraid of losing some control. Responded a little instinctually, a little bit kind of anti-unionist. But the matter is this. Again, he didn't shut it down. He didn't fire dozens of people. Again, the vote was held again to make sure everyone was voted. Fine. They got the vote. They got the union. They've had it for 5 years. I don't know. Like, again, trying to use this personal attack with him was just stupid and a waste of time. All right. I'll turn this down just a little bit. All right. Hey, now, Cenk. I know this guy is a political pundit online, a streamer. I don't remember what his name is.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, good. I have a lot of respect for you, but I worry about your...
His name is Guy? Really? Huh. All right.
Progressive populism is dangerous. In fact, to me, you kind of...
All right. So, next claim is... Progressive populism is dangerous. I will freely admit I'm not particularly fond of this scaremongering kind of shit that happens whenever anything even remotely populist or progressive comes up. It always seems to come up in one direction, but okay.
to sound like a political pickup artist. Like, just do this one trick and we can fix it all. And to me, it's no different than what MAGA is doing with their...
Oh, dangerous. Overly simplistic. Overly MAGA. MAGA adjacent.
Their faux populism with the deep state, with undocumented immigrants someone to blame. You're just giving people corporate corrupt Democrats or corporate media as an excuse. And I think you're just taking advantage of disaffected people and not showing them we got to get more involved. We got to invest more. We got to try harder and get good people in there.
So you're saying that don't even try progressive populism. Just go along with the establishment Democrats because they know how to win. That's why they beat Donald Trump twice. Oh, right.
Conspiratorial thinking. What else was his concern here?
Media as an excuse. And I think you're just taking advantage of disaffected people and not showing them we got to get more involved. We got to invest more. We got to try harder and get good people in there.
So you're saying that don't even try progressive populism. Just go along with the establishment Democrats because they know how to win. That's why they beat Donald Trump twice. Oh, right. They lost to Trump twice. They don't
So
know
this is
anything.
again another very seeming like, oh, you're scapegoating capitalism, big business, corporations. You're scapegoating all this. Again, there is a degree of truth to this, but the problem is that it's like saying, well, it's not 100% their fault. It's only like 85, 90%. So you're wrong because you're being hyperbolic. It's like, yeah, but the thing I would argue with is to what degree, because this seems to be this kind of the problem. The reason why you're able to argue with me is because the degree of difference is left vague, and I would want to argue on this point. Cenk probably won't, but I would want to argue on this point. Is okay. Well, what degree of hyperbole is allowed? 0% hyperbole? It must always be 100% true all the time, or not? And more importantly, what degree of difference is allowed? Because are you, again, it seems obvious that, again, certain of these things, capitalism, big business, these are problematic, and this might be simplistic, but it's simplistic in the sense of that it gets the general idea true. The policy way of doing this might need to be more nuanced, but I don't know, like, argue against this. But I don't know if this guy's a super pro-capitalist, pro-dem kind of person to the point of insanity. I just know he is a political online streamer pundit guy, whatever his name is. I think it's like Pondering Politics. I think that's his channel. I don't know, I'd have to look it up.
Their number one thing was, oh, we know how to win. They were liars. They didn't know how to win at all. They got clowned by a guy who's not that bright. Now, number two, oh, we have this giant agenda, $15 minimum wage, all the things that we've talked about throughout the day. Oh, golly gee, we just couldn't pass any of it. Oh, wow, okay. But hey, vote for an establishment Democrat. Don't get tricked by left-wing populism. Brother, do we actually ever try left-wing populism?
Yes.
Here's the three things we've tried. We've tried establishment Democrats, complete failures. We've tried establishment Republicans, complete failures. We tried fake populism under Donald Trump, complete failure.
I disagree.
So
You
the only
say-
thing we haven't tried is left-wing populism.
you
And you
say-
say, don't try it. Go
No,
back
no,
to
no.
the establishment Democrats.
You
Go
say-
back to the...
So again, the argument seems to be kind of a general we haven't tried left-wing populism. We've tried everything else, and still we scare monger about leftism. I would agree to a certain extent with that. I'm not sure 100% with this particular way of doing this, but there is way too much scaremongering about leftism and left-wing things not succeeding.
The donor class. Are you crazy? Let's try the one thing we didn't try. The Bernie Sanders wing, economic populism.
You say the American Rescue Plan that took half the kids in poverty out of it, millions of kids who go to bed hungry, is crumbs?
Did it? I'd be interested in actually looking at these statistics. I think it did do a lot, and I will absolutely give benefit. That's good. I'm glad they did it. But it's an interesting that all the things that are really good that did a massive amount, these things aren't particularly democratic in the history of the Democratic Party in a way, and they aren't from a political philosophical kind of thing. They aren't capitalist at all. They're mostly socialist. Like, again, that kind of thing right there. social safety nets and that kind of thing. That is more socialist than it is capitalist. That's more humanitarian than it is economical. That again, we've managed to convince ourselves that these things that are humanitarian and ultimately economically good are capitalist ultimately, because capitalism is all about good. But it's like, yeah, but no, these things did not occur naturally under capitalism. These things occurred because, again, people had to take a social perspective, a social philosophy perspective, in utilizing capital to its end, or to a good that capital does not naturally do.
Doing nothing? That is a big deal. What about the millions of people who have health insurance now because of the Affordable Care Act subsidies? No, you can call whatever you want, but the reality is millions of people have health insurance today because of what the Democrats did.
Kind of yes, kind of no. And I'll be honest, what we got was a watered down version of it. And also, one thing that I've seen is that even when they do pass it, one criticism I would have, I'm not sure if Cenk would have this, one criticism I would have of kind of these Democratic wins, so-called, is that Democrats win, but that they don't put any guardrails in to protect that win, so it gets eroded pretty quickly. Like, trying to apply for Obamacare or Medicare or Medicaid, whatever the fuck you want to call it, Medicaid, whatever, but especially like the Affordable Care Acts, kind of things for people who are generally uninsured. Applying for that is a pain in the fucking ass. It's not a particularly an easy system to do. It frequently requires a lot of bullshit. I know my account is locked because I fucking have to call like a 1-800 number, like years and years ago when I was on it and needed it. My account ended up getting locked, and I just could not get it unfucking locked because it was locked in this bureaucratic fucking cycle of papers and nonsense. It was a stupid fucking system. Because again, it's put in place, but then it's not run very efficiently. It's not run very well. We don't put money into actually running it. We just get the victory, we have it, and we like it, and then we let it rot.
Did when they controlled the House, the Senate, and the White House in 2022 under the Inflation Reduction Act and the American Rescue Plan. I can't stand that you call it crumbs. People don't want their whole lives given to them. They just want a little breathing room, like our big President Biden used to say.
So you say you're super happy with the 5 to 10% that the Democrats gave you.
It's not
but
5 to
brother,
10%.
There's two things here. Number one, I don't know what economic class you're in, but the average American is not happy with 5 to 10% change. They want giant change. They want the actual, by the way, the Democratic agenda is great. Our populist plank, the 6 most popular bills in the Democratic agenda, are super popular with independents and even with Republicans. But they never, ever do the most popular bills because they're economic bills. And you say that's good enough. But then why not try the entire agenda? Why not go with an economic populist
Jake,
like Bernie Sanders or Ro Khanna that's going to give you the whole agenda and actually try? Why give up ahead of time?
Those are great plans, and we should strive for them. But this is a giant country. We're the 3rd largest country in the world. We have a complicated democracy. We have to do things slowly. I know you don't like that. I know you want to get there.
So my problem with this would be is we have to do things slowly. Why? And what is slow? Like, again, Trump didn't have to go slow. Again, nobody ever has to have to go slow. This is kind of one of those things where I think it's on the other extreme, is that when you're so willing or unwilling to accept any kind of heat directed at the Democrats, that you are so invested in that you just make dumb statements like, we have to go slow.
Boom, boom, boom. But people do not want to abandon what they're used to. It sounds great.
And I would be fine with slow if you actually created systems that would keep them around so that they are unchanged, so they don't become eroded. But again, you do it slow, we get something, and then it rots. And then you go slow and you get something, and then it rots. Because we don't have any kind of systems and policies in place that actually make it more permanent. That's a problem.
Great on paper. Would you like single-payer healthcare where you save trillions of dollars and you pay less? Of course. But then when you show people how we get there, they're scared, they're nervous, and they have a right-wing media machine on overload that is scaring the hell out of people.
So then why don't you have a left-wing media machine on overload that's scaring the hell out of them? And again, this is one of those things where I don't like this, because this just basically cucks themselves out into going, we have to go to the lowest common denominator, 100%. Conservatives control the entire narrative, the entire framework. We let all of it go to the wayside. We don't bother doing it. We just constantly are playing to the absolute lowest form of existence and the most extreme version. So again, it ends up being constantly the centrist approach of we gotta just we're still going right, but what you end up doing is, rather than turning them left, you just make them go right at a slightly slower pace at best. And I really dislike this.
People, that's what we're up against. This is reality, man. Welcome to it.
So Martin Luther King called this the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. So they tell you, don't worry, we'll do a tiny bit, and then when you elect us again, we'll do another tiny bit, and 200 years later, this will get done.
Millions of kids
hold on, let me
not
explain.
going to bed hungry is
Let
a
me
tiny
explain.
bit, James.
Are they not going to bed hungry anymore? More importantly, you did this, but then I'm fairly certain a lot of these programs have just been cut, axed, and fucking gutted by Trump. So you managed to do something, but you did it in such a weak form, in such a easily undermined and undone form, that I'm sorry, I don't. You built a castle made of toilet paper on the fucking on low tide, and then you go, well, we did build this. It's like, yeah, but it's gone. Like, all it took was a tiny splash of water, and this little thin single ply toilet paper fucking castle that you wrapped up is just gone in a matter of seconds. What do you want? What do you want, a fucking cookie? Yeah, it still did some good, but it's almost all gone.
Let me explain in the context of healthcare. They say we're for universal healthcare. You go, okay, great, let's do Medicare for all. Oh, no way, wait too long. Okay, no problem, no problem. Can we do public option? This debate goes all the way back to the Affordable Care Act. They go, oh yeah, sure, we love the public option. Oh golly, gee, we had to take the public option out. There was nothing we could do. Okay, Obama says he had to take it out because the drug companies were opposed to it. First of all, you're admitting that you're giving into the donor class. Then Joe Biden comes in and goes, how can we do public option?
We have
It's over 70%.
We have 50-50 split Senate with guys like Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema.
You know how you do it, brother? You know how you do it? By trying.
They try.
And here's the problem, is that I would probably avoid going back on this back and forth trying thing. I would make the argument is that, well, if this is your agenda and your policy, and it always have been, the question then becomes, if you have this agenda policy that you genuinely believe in, but you compromise so much that the only way in which you can have some kind of control is by essentially not having this agenda, by having figures like Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema. I somewhat am. I can almost understand the Kristen Sinema one thing, because she absolutely was a snake in the grass, two-faced bitch. She ran as kind of a leftist populist, and then immediately fucking took a turn and got to her bag, got her money from conservative think tanks and shit like that. Like, she's fucking this piece of shit. But the fact that your party is filled with Kristen Sinemas and Joe Manchins across the board, it feels like, well, I mean, then you can have this agenda, but ultimately, the way your party is formed, the way you do things, it'll never happen. So ultimately, what good is your belief in your agenda and your desire to pass it, if you create a system and you create a party that will never be able to pass it?
No, they try
didn't.
every day.
No, but literally
You're
they
not
didn't.
on the inside.
No,
You don't know.
You're stating a misstatement, okay? So Joe Biden never introduced the public option. If you never introduced the public option, by definition, you did not try. No. Second of all, how do you pass it? Oh, the Senate is split. Okay, you put pressure on. So can pressure work politically? Well, we know because Donald Trump did it to Republicans. Now, he did it for his own cause and for his own self-aggrandizement. But anytime a Republican crossed him in the first term, he said, we're going to eliminate Joe Wilson in South Carolina, and boom, he was eliminated. Now, imagine if you did that.
You want to bully our senators?
Yeah.
Well, if you want to, yes. If you're, here's my problem. If this was a multi-party system, this would make a bit more sense, and why this response is so stupid. If you're a pro-environmentalist agenda, and let's say there's 10, 12 parties or whatever, and your party is arranged on the pro-environmentalist Green Party kind of thing, right? And then you have one Green Party member who's not voting your direction. Yeah, you're going to put pressure on them because they're literally helping out oppositional forces. Yes. The Democratic Party, not necessarily the United States Senate. We shouldn't have this authoritarian United States Senate thing, but a party is a party. A party can be dissolved also, and it can be created. A party is just a group of like-minded individuals who have all centered around this thing. If you don't hold that thing as sacred and thus hold all members of that party to that thing, the agenda, then what the fuck is the point of the party? God damn, that's stupid.
Yes, I do.
That's what you want to do? You want to threaten their lives? What do you want to do to them?
So can I explain?
They represent their people.
No,
Joe
they
Manchin
don't.
represents his
No. They represent their people, and if the people want to vote them in, they vote them in. But they are a member of the party. The party can make demands of you, and then they say, do you know what? No, we're not going to support you anymore. You want to win, you have to win under your own steam. Because a lot of these people are also in the position they are in, not necessarily because people voted for them, it's because they voted for the party and for the agenda they generally believe that will happen both on the state level and the federal level. That is incredibly naive and stupid on your part, and you know it's naive and stupid because nobody is a political pundit and this stupid. But you're just saying this because you really don't want anybody saying bad things about Democrats.
people. They sent him there. How do you know that?
Okay,
You're not from West Virginia.
Okay, hold on. They represent their donors.
So BS.
Okay.
It's an excuse.
Oh yeah,
it's
I know.
An excuse.
The donors
it's a
are non-existent.
It's
They're
a boogeyman.
non-existent.
More
millions
people,
of dollars given to Joe
more
Manchin. He
people
doesn't care
donated
about that.
to Kamala than
Do you know
outside
that
groups
Joe,
in this election
do you know,
cycle. It's a boogeyman, and you're wasting people's time with this.
Nonsense.
Yes.
Do you know that Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema, after they voted against minimum wage increase, went to the National Restaurant Association and collected checks? They literally work for their donors. It is super literal. And what you're saying to people is ignore it.
No,
ignore the
that's
donors.
disrespectful
Ignore
to
them.
everybody who sends money
It's
to those guys.
disrespectful to Joe Manchin, and I intend to disrespect Joe Manchin.
And again, it's disrespectful to those people. But again, you're disrespectful to them by being such a pandering, patronizing aspect. And again, this is just defense of the Democrats. It's not even arguing the point about the agenda.
Despise Joe Manchin. I despise those corporate Democrats who never ever deliver for you, who never even try to deliver for you. You know, here's what you say. Here's what you say.
Let's see.
Hey.
So.
All right. That was fairly unproductive because, again, the guy just wants to suck Democrat dick, but not really talk about the issues. But, again, he did bring up a couple things that, yeah, they do pass good policies, but, and again, that is a major point against Trump. Though the progressive populism was dumb, but whatever. They do pass good stuff. Again, and I'm not sure if I even like this kind of argument from Cenk, but the other side wasn't doing a particularly good job either. Counter. Oh, Jesus. Move my keyboard. My hands were in the wrong position.
Your claim is that Democrats don't want to pass their agenda. You've talked about $15 an hour minimum wage. So how can you explain then that Joe Biden did in fact increase to $15 an hour for federal contractors, with an increase again this year to $17.75?
Yeah. So again,
And that's their agenda. You've talked about $15 an hour minimum wage.
Okay.
So how can you explain then that Joe Biden did in fact increase to $15 an hour for federal contractors, with an increase again this year to $17.75?
yeah. So again, it's a release valve. So why?
How is that a
Hold on.
release
Yes, because it affects a tiny percentage
It
of
affects
Americans.
300,000 people.
300,000 out of 330 million.
Increased wage for federal employees. I don't remember what type of employees. It doesn't matter. And his response is gonna be, oh, that made a bullet point. That one doesn't. A small release valve, not substantive change to the overall nature of the economics in American working class.
People. So that's why if you actually
So again, it affects about 300,000 out of 350 million. All right. Again, I think this is a little bit unfair on his part. Again, I do think that it is a relatively small portion of this. And again, it's an optical look. It does sound like marketing ploy, but it is annoying constantly ignoring the good. But again, when the good is relatively minor and is marketing ploys, it's somewhat easier to dismiss.
Federal minimum wage, moved it to $15. That would move $92 billion from corporations to the average American. Okay, so that's what we want. I assume you want it. I want it. All Democrats want it. It polls at around 67%. So what I'm saying to all of you guys is, please expect better of your politicians. So when they give you a 3%, oh hey, look, I did it for 300,000 people. Hey, look, the drug prices, I lowered it on 10 drugs out of 10,000 drugs. Don't say that's good enough.
But
They're
Cenk,
shielding.
you just said
That's a shield so that you don't question them when they say, oh, I'm not going to do it for everyone.
You just said that all Democrats want to raise it to $15 an hour. That has not been your claim this entire time.
No, voters. Yeah.
Right. But Democratic politicians do too. If Joe
No, they
Biden,
don't.
if Joe Biden didn't want to do it, why did he increase it?
But
For
wait a minute.
federal contractors,
So then,
he didn't have the votes to pass it.
that's exactly what I'm telling you. So what he does is he does it for 5% of people with student debt relief. He did it for 10% of people. He didn't do it for 90%. So in the case
why
of the
do
federal
anything
minimum
at
wage,
all?
let me bring it back to you. Federal minimum wage. So he says,
Well, again, why do anything at all? Again, that would be the point, is that it creates a distinction without difference. So a distinction from one party to the other to give the illusion of a party. Again, I'm not sure if I 100% agree with this, but again, this would be kind of the argument here, is that why do it at all? Because it gives a distinction without difference. We can distinguish one thing from another thing, but they are fundamentally not that different, because there will be no substantive change to anything that happens. It'll be simply an aesthetic change or a purely marketing ploy.
oh, progressives, don't worry. It's bare minimum. We're definitely going to do it. So they pass it in the House. They bring it to the Senate. Joe Biden does an interview during the Super Bowl right after he's elected, and
Biden said he didn't think the $15 minimum wage proposal would be approved in a COVID relief package. It was voted down. Republicans passed an amendment prohibiting the increase, stating it would be devastating for small businesses.
he says, oh, we're taking $15 minimum wage out of the bill. So the Republicans didn't take it out of the bill. Joe Biden
no,
took it
well,
out of the
Trump
bill.
Did,
And then
Trump did get rid of it on executive order.
Okay,
so now they don't have it at all.
Right.
So you're saying then that Trump, you're saying that Democrats and Republicans are both equal in terms of economics, right? How is that equal in terms of economics when Joe Biden raised it and then Trump took it away?
So again, the issue would be is that they're both equal. I think the only way you could say that is that, and again, I understand the nuance of this perspective. I would argue that the way that they're equal is that they are, it's basically 99% versus 100%. Is yes, there is a 1% difference between them, or they do these things, but because there are no guardrails or safety in place, the change doesn't ever stick around. And again, I'm not going to be more conspiratorial than that because it's nonsensical to be that way, but it ends up being, whether they're sincere in the intent or not, the effect is ultimately negligible, so their intent really doesn't matter.
By executive order.
So, but wait a minute. But you're saying that even though he took it out, and then when Bernie put it back in, 8 Democratic senators, including the 2 Delaware senators that are the closest allies of Biden, voted against federal minimum wage being increased to $15. So can you not see that they're literally voting against it? They're literally taking it out of the bill. They're literally tricking you. They don't actually want to pass it. They get your vote by saying, oh, I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. And then the minute they get in office, they're like, I was just kidding, take it out of the bill.
What evidence do you have that Joe Biden actually did want those senators to vote against it? What evidence?
Yep, well done.
2 pieces of evidence. Number one, it passed in the House, and I even talked to Democratic congressmen. They assured me, don't worry, it's going to pass in the Senate. It goes to the Senate, and it's out of the bill. Schumer made that decision in conjunction with Joe Biden. So why did Schumer and Biden take it out of the bill? That's my evidence.
So, Cenk, is your claim then that
And then secondly, by the way, when they did vote on it, his 2 biggest allies, both the Delaware senators, voted against the $15 minimum wage. That's overwhelming evidence. Do you think that they did?
I wouldn't say it was overwhelming, but it certainly is circumstantial evidence that points to some degree of perhaps collusion and or influence, but okay.
Didn't ask Joe Biden? No, they called Joe Biden, and Joe Biden said vote against it because he was lying.
That's not, it's just not true. But also,
that is literally true, and anybody can look it up.
Are you claiming then that all Democrats that take corporate money are against the people? Is that your claim?
Absolutely,
okay,
yes.
So then why did...
Again, that's an extremist position I wouldn't necessarily take, but I don't think that they are against it. I think the problem is that when they are taking that money, it does incentivize them or create a certain impulse to prioritize, even if they want to work with the people's wants and desires that are the most amenable to the corporate donor class. So you can look at it like standards of deviation. You know, how many steps of standard deviation can you deviate from this the standard? The standard established by, 1 or 2 is within the donor class acceptability, positive or negative. But if you start going 2 or 3 steps away from the standard deviation, positive or negative, or especially negative, donor class unhappy. Which will win out? And I think that's the kind of important thing. Which will win out? Will popular sentiment of people and your voters win out over the popular sentiment of your donors? Which one ends up winning out? And Cenk's argument, which has some validity to it, is that when these two things clash, when one side wants you to move farther to this direction and the other side doesn't, well, the donor class wins in that scenario.
TYT take $20 million of corporate money.
Here we go again with personal attacks.
It's not
okay,
it's
no
not
problem.
Personal,
no problem.
no
problem. I want to answer it. No problem. Okay, yeah. So $20 million is an investment.
Okay.
It is not here, take the money and then you do what we tell you to do. Everyone has, if you're building a business, you have to take investment to get to the next level.
Cenk,
Hold on, if you don't take the investment, you're going to be tiny. So what some leftists say is, no, don't ever build anything. Don't ever take an investment. Don't ever do anything and build a big business. So instead, let the right wing take not only investment money, but direct money like Dennis Prager did, $23 million, take it from the fracking billionaires, all those guys, and serve those guys. Let the right wing grow and grow and grow. But as soon as there's a successful left wing channel, don't take an investment, don't take any money, just be super small so we can't compete with the right wing.
Cenk,
How does that make sense?
I'm pro you taking that investment. I've built a business. I understand that. I just think that it's ironic for you then to sit up here and say that everybody that takes corporate money is against the people, because then you would be against the people.
No, that doesn't make, that's apples and oranges.
Why is it apples and oranges?
I can explain
Okay, please
perfectly.
tell me.
So should corporations be allowed to exist? Absolutely.
Okay.
Should corporations be allowed to give money to our politicians so they control our government? Absolutely not. No way. So when a corporation does an investment, that's a perfectly logical and normal thing to do. When a corporation buys a politician and those politicians then vote with them, that is a terrible thing to do. I'm actually I'm a capitalist. I believe in capitalism, but I believe in democratic capitalism where democracy checks capitalism. Otherwise, it becomes corporatism and becomes a monster. But I don't want to defeat all the companies, and I certainly don't want to defeat left-wing media companies. That makes no sense at all. You see how it's apples and oranges? One is a company and the other one's a politician.
Okay.
One is normal business, the other one is to influence our government.
Let's talk about.
All right. So, third claim. 3. Let's go. Oh, well then. Type 3. Claim 3. What's his third claim?
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take straight air, allowing you to break the bias so you get a facts. Clarity, you take the link in the advantage. Straight air.
The Republicans only care about the rich, and everything else is a mirage.
All right. So, only care about the rich, and everything else is a mirage. So, Republicans only care about the rich and everything else is a mirage. Okay, so, breaking this down simply, so, various claims. So, Republicans present image A that cares about various things. So that's the mirage. All right, so actually let's put this in actual order. Republicans care about rich. Caring about the rich is not popular with non-rich. Republicans need non-rich to vote / support them. Republicans present image of A to cover for rich care. All right. Let's see what we have come up here.
How are you?
Hey.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So personally, I don't like absolutes. So I try.
All right. So again, this is an absolute, but again, this is a silly thing to say because when you're in a debate scenario, and I even would tell my students this, is that even when you know that you're not, again, depending on the type of essay type of argument that you're making, is that you have to argue like you actually believe this. One, choose arguments that you can actually put forth 100% this is true kind of thing. You have to take a strong stance on it. So try to pick and choose them more effectively so you don't have to have a strong stance on a weak argument. But in general, you should argue in the positive, affirmative. You shouldn't constantly be undercutting and undermining your own argument, you should have a strong argument for this. Again, if you don't have one, then you need to change your thesis to be more of a speculative. This presents a strong possibility for X being true rather than X is true. You need to, again, just being aware of what you are doing. So again, in this kind of environment, again, absolutes are bad, but, he's saying absolutes are bad, but they're absolutely, they are absolutely expected.
Try to stay away from them. When you say the Republicans, are you talking about the party establishment? Are you talking about the politicians? Are you talking about the citizens?
Okay, I'm so glad you asked that. I always mean the politicians. Okay, so for all of these, don't take offense if you're a Democrat or a Republican voter. I'm talking about the politicians.
I'm neither one. But so do you think that the Republicans care more about the rich than the Democrats? Do you think the Democratic establishment really doesn't just care about the rich?
So as I said, I think that both parties are similar on economic issues, and they play good cop, bad cop on us. Do the Republicans push the tax cuts? Yes.
So this guy's kind of thing is, what about the Democrats? Do they only care about the rich? So again, kind of this argue about hypocrisy or something like this. Oh, Jesus. Hypocrisy. So that's going to be this guy's primary argument against Cenk. Oh, sorry, I should have put this as counterclaim. So hypocrisy is his primary argument against this perspective. Hypocrisy is a terrible one to go with, but we'll go with that. Again, the difference is, as already been previously established, is that there is a 5% difference using Cenk's terminology here, but that 5% is different.
Is it almost always under Republican administrations? Yes. Do they ever balance the budget? No, never.
So do you think that like the idea that employers who have a lot of money, that they provide jobs and that's a way to give back to the poor, do you buy into any of that?
No. Okay. So, employers with lots of money give back to the poor by creating jobs. This is a quite frankly, this is just a fucking myth. I'm gonna go ahead and be biased to say that this idea that rich people are job creators, this has been that trickle down economics idea that for the most part has been soundly proven to be wrong time and time again, is that in general, especially rich individuals do not necessarily create jobs, and even large corporations don't necessarily create jobs. Not nearly to the extent that we believe they do, or that is an equal measure to the amount of money that they're gaining. And the idea that this is somehow like altruistic giving back to the poor by creating jobs. Again, you're extracting wealth from them. You're using their labor to extract wealth, and you extract more wealth than they get. Again, this isn't an equal thing. You profit. The business always profits, which means you always profit. The individuals don't necessarily profit. They're making a trade, a fair trade. You profit off of their trade.
That concept at all?
No.
I mean, as like entrepreneurs who are going out there innovating, I'm a classroom teacher, so like I go out, try and build entrepreneurs who can.
A classroom teacher, I try to build entrepreneurs. You are a dumbass. I'm sure you're a nice guy and you love this and you're all excited, and it's like all built on hope, but this whole kind of effective altruism shit. Oh, Jesus. Fucking can't do that. Is horse shit. We just have to make sure we put that out there. Again, I would strongly argue against this. Again, this idea of entrepreneurship is faulty because, again, the vast majority of time it is not the poor getting this entrepreneurship, it is the rich. And then more importantly, it just ends up a new way to extract wealth from the lower class. There's a lot of problems with it, too much to go into right now.
Employ people and do something like that. Isn't that that entrepreneurial spirit can be more aligned with the conservatives, would you say?
No, I don't agree. I'm an entrepreneur. Yeah. I run a small business. And so they are always talking about small businesses. And then they immediately change the goalposts to cuts on capital gains. Wait, that has nothing to do with small business. Cuts on estate tax, that's for the super rich. That has nothing to do with small businesses. So, brother, they use small business as like a marketing tool. Oh, we're for the average American. We're for small business. Then the actual tax cuts are for the mega rich and for the mega corporations.
What about minimum wage? Like, as a business owner, yes, you know the repercussions of minimum wage. I haven't been to McDonald's in a while. I went. It's been years. I went, and it's just a screen.
All right, small business is a marketing tool to protect the donor. We'll use his terminology: donor class and extreme wealth. The extreme wealth inequality system. All right, so this guy's counterclaim is...
like there is that element, what about minimum wage? Like, as a business owner, yes, you know the repercussions of minimum wage. I haven't been doing...
You know the repercussions. Oh, he's also a guy who hates minimum wage. So here's an interesting idea I have for everyone out there. Why should a burger flipping job not be sustainable? Why shouldn't it not be sustainable? Why can't you work a 9 to 5, 10 to 5? Why can't you work about a 40-hour shift a week, flipping burgers, be able to live in an apartment on your own, have a car, pay taxes, have health insurance, have car insurance, and have basic necessities, food, and whatever covered? Why can't that cover it? From like a... Not necessarily from an economic standpoint, we'll ignore that for now, but from like an ideological, philosophical standpoint, why should any job, especially a full-time job of any kind or near full-time, why is it okay for a job to not provide basic living necessities? Now, we're talking about a job that is done not as some kind of altruistic thing, not charity job, nothing like that, but a job that is a job that pays a wage. Why can't it pay a living wage? Why not? Again, this guy is immediately like this. It's a burger flipping job. It's just pressing buttons. It's stupid. Why should we pay them? And again, minimum wage is so hard on small businesses and large business. It's all so hard. Again, my big thing is if the economic system and especially your small business is as such that it cannot survive without paying a living wage, it does not deserve to survive. Nothing entitles you to survive. Just because you want a business doesn't mean you get to have one, especially if the only way you can have a business is if you were alive on slave wages. You don't get to have one just because you want one.
McDonald's in a while. I went. It's been years. I went, and it's just a screen. Like there is that element, of the minimum wage raising and that leading to more unemployment.
Again, it doesn't lead to more unemployment. What it leads to is when you have minimum wage raised and you have a system that is so open, so unregulated, so possibly focused on pure profits at the cost of everything else, short-term profits, yes, the businesses will cut these jobs to maintain their extraordinarily gross and just unsustainable profit margins. Again, this is just seceding the territory to evil, saying, well, these evil people are going to do this evil thing. So if we do something that makes these evil people do good, they'll just find a way to not do it. Okay, you're right. So let's make it so that it's much, much harder for them not to do it. Well, let's just get rid of tax cuts. We'll get rid of tons of stuff that they take advantage of and just say, no, you need to employ more people. Your profit margins are too gross and too terrible. I don't know what you need to do, but this idea that, oh, I I don't know if this the fix is 100% one way or the other, but this idea that we just secede territory to evil, corrupt actors is just silly.
Yeah, so I don't agree with that either.
Okay.
So, so first of all, everything it requires balance. So you can't have $100 minimum wage. I get that, right? But having said that, are we anywhere near where we should be on minimum wage? No, we're at $7.25 federally on minimum wage. That is a disaster. And so what that is if you work every single day, 40 hours a week, 52 weeks, no vacation at all, you only make $15,000 at $7.25. No one can live on $15,000. So when you push up minimum wage, what it does is it pushes up all wages. And that is a good thing, not a bad thing. They always tell you, no, give it to the corporations and then it'll trickle all over you decades later. No, there's an economics called middle out. And what that does is it gives directly to the middle class. And then they spend it more and it creates a better economy, especially for small businesses like yours and mine, etc. So there's a way to do this. It gives to the average guy first, but the Republicans never do that. They always push for tax cuts for the richest people in the country.
Okay, so again, this is one of the big things. Is like, okay, minimum wage is a disaster at this point, and this idea has been mythologized to an extreme extent. And what I mean by that is that fantasy of we can't possibly raise the minimum wage. This is the Republican version of the Democrat thing of we can't do this, we can't do this. This is the Republican version, is that we can't raise it because it'll be devastating. The thing is like this, yeah, but see, the thing is that you have said this for literally decades upon decades, refusing to raise it over and over and over and over and over again. And you constantly say, oh, this is going to lead to bad jobs, despite the fact that profit margins, just for especially the larger corporations, extend outwards into the stratosphere. And the reason why small businesses have such a hard time is because we've allowed corporations to become so big, so monopolistic in their fields, that the remaining profit margin that exists, that is not being swallowed up by them, is so small that all these small businesses can't survive on it. Rather than cracking down, breaking up, creating more competition, eliminating these massive corporations to some degree, the massive ones, or breaking up into smaller ones that actually compete, instead of doing that, we instead keep this system, and then we go, well, if we raise the minimum tax, it's going to destroy small businesses. It's like, maybe. But the problem is that keeping it as it is now is still destroyed. Small businesses are still being destroyed, and we're destroying the lower wage class. And again, this doesn't help anybody.
So why do you believe that the populist element of Trump, where a lot of the working class, they're like, I know he's a Yankee with gold toilets, but I'm going to vote for him because he's not like vilifying me. Do you think that they're just being manipulated by Trump?
Yeah, 100%.
So
yeah, 100%. Yes, that's literally the argument there. Everything else is a mirage. That's part of the mirage. That's part of that thing. Like, even if you don't agree with Cenk, it's like, yeah, of course, that's what he's saying. That's the second part. Everything else is a mirage.
Look, I don't want people manipulated. That's why I do things like this. I don't want you getting manipulated by the politicians on either side. In a time where we have massive deficits and a $38 trillion debt, why are we giving another $1.1 trillion to people making over $500,000? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you, brother.
Speedy.
I'm Elijah.
Hey, Elijah. Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too. Do Republicans care about the rich? I do think they care about the rich. Coming from somebody that voted for Trump, I do believe that. But I do think that they do support middle-class Americans, especially Trump. I think.
No. One, I actually have a major problem with anybody saying middle class anymore, because I generally don't think anybody knows what the middle class is and how tiny the middle class, well, how massive the middle class is, but how low on the economic ladder the middle is now. Because we don't have a healthy middle class or lower middle class. We don't have that at all. It is absolutely, we have tons of people who are actually not middle class. They are working blue collar poor. Aesthetically, they have a couple of nice things here and there, but for the most part, from an actual economic stability standpoint and money flow standpoint, savings standpoint, anything like that, they are not really middle class. They are working poor or blue collar.
This big, beautiful bill, people say it's hurting Americans. If you actually read through it, I'm getting a 3% reduction on my yearly income tax.
That is nothing. Again, you're getting a 3% yearly reduction on income tax. Okay, how much do you make? Say you make $50,000 a year, which he doesn't make 50,000. And again, if he thinks he's middle class and he's making 50,000, he's not. Again, it's just not really working that way, but especially in a lot of places. But huge majorities of people are just not making that. But let's just say he's making 50,000. All right, 10% of 50,000 is 5,000. So 1% is 500, 3% is 1,500. So in a year, you made $1,500 more. That's nice. Okay, you get a $1,500 off your taxes over a year. That's not too bad. That's okay. But then you think, well, over a 12-month period, that's what, $100? Like 150, like it's not bad, but that's the tiny little thing. But instead, what you end up getting is for that 3%, you end up getting shittier roads, which do more damage to your car, which means that you replace stuff more. You'd use more gas. You get increased inflation on other things because there's tax tariffs that are going to be happening at the same time. Because again, the tax policy is going to be, it's just fucked across the board. Let's see what else. Because they also are making sure that there's zero regulation on any kind of rent control or anything at all. Your rent goes up because they know you're making 3% more, so they're going to charge you 5% more on your rent, and you can't do shit about it because they can, because you have more money. Food prices are through the roof, so that 3% doesn't mean anything. That sounds nice, but his policies on everything else has increased your cost of living by 10-15% at least. In just like less than a year, Trump has increased your cost of living, both by his from 2016 to 2020 he did that, and then we had COVID, which was fucking terrible, even more so. So because of all this, and again, Democrats and Republicans helping out, but mostly led by Republicans, your cost of living in the past 10 years has increased by, even if we're on top of natural inflation of 2% or whatever, your cost of living is probably on top of the 2% increased by 10, 15%, 20%, and your wages didn't at all. Your wages increased maybe by 5% in that time period. So you're losing more money. So even that 3%, it's window dressing. At best, it's completely and utterly eaten up by everything else. Even if things were equal, again, down the road, it'll cost you more because all these services that are being funded by that 3% and the 50% cut that the rich got, you got nothing from it. You pay more later on.
Every single tax bracket is getting some type of reduction on their income.
That's not a good thing. Taxes aren't bad. I cannot emphasize that enough. Taxes are not bad.
Income tax or a 0% reduction, and that's for the wealthiest class. So that is helping middle class. Also, I know that the deficit's going up.
No, it is not helping it, and the deficit is going up massively for no fucking reason.
Think about ICE, he's putting more money into ICE. I would argue that stopping immigration actually...
God damn it, Republicans are just literally the one brain cell. It's just immigration. Oh, stopping immigration will increase prices. It won't. It never has. It never will. Shut the fuck up about it. Literally, the last guy's argument before, part of that is like, oh, well, you increase minimum wage, so they're just going to cut jobs. You get rid of the fucking, the immigrant labor, the cheap immigrant labor. Do you think that they're going to spend and waste money? And, oh my God, we're also now just going to cut into our profit margins by hiring Americans? Or do you think they're going to move overseas or they're going to go, well, all right, thank God we've been planning for this by investing a couple of percentage of our profit into automation. So we're just going to automate shit. Those jobs won't exist. Those jobs only exist unless you force them to not do this. Those jobs only exist, and they only allow them to exist for slave wages. The second you get rid of slave wages, they're going to automate. There will be no fucking jobs. You're too stupid to understand this.
Or enforcing it even more heavily helps the middle class worker in America.
No, it doesn't.
There's less jobs that are being taken.
No, they aren't.
When you import a bunch of people, like your housing costs are going to go up. It's inflating the.
No, it doesn't. Again, we don't have a housing problem. That's really it. It's not because we have too many people coming in. That's not it. It's just we aren't making anything. It's one of the few things of the abundance, I think, of fucking agenda people who I kind of hate to a certain degree, that they argue about is that, again, it's not necessarily it's a supply. It's not like demand is outstretching supply. It's we could supply a lot more. We just don't. We won't build because they make more money by restricting the supply.
People that need houses in a city, or apartments or whatever. It is taking jobs for middle class to lower class people. Like me, it's taking jobs.
Unfortunately, some of your premises are wrong. So when you take the whole bill, including the cuts to Medicaid and SNAP and other cuts, the bottom 30% actually wind up paying more than they did before.
I mean, that's
so
the
they're
people
they're literally taking from the bottom 30% and giving it to the top 10%.
I mean, but when you talk about SNAP, that's people that are already taking from all of us.
They're not. And I love this taking. I love this taking narrative. The absolute viciousness of conservatives never surprised me. I just ignoring the illogical, stupid nature, the economic illiteracy of this idea of taking, and at the core of this, just from just like a philosophical, spiritual, Christian, whatever you will, kind of humanitarian aspect, they are some of the most miserly pieces of shit I've ever come across. God damn, do I hate Republican ideology. It's just so anti-human. It's fucking gross. But again, they SNAP benefits or whatever. You do realize that, again, they took a penny from you, but they got 10 cents, 20 cents of value out of it. You lost nothing that was of any significance, and you gained tons for your community, because guess what? You have to live amongst the poor as well. It's better to live amongst people who are not poor than live amongst people who are poor. And if that means that you pay a couple pennies in one direction so that they ultimately get dimes worth of value, that's a good thing. You fucking knob. You guys couldn't create a society. Again, this is one of those things where these people would literally on a desert island eat themselves within like 4 days. Like, they literally could not form a society. They would be so antisocial, stupid, it would break down everything if they actually stuck with their ideology.
So
okay, see, that's your point of view as a Republican. Do you know the least popular part of the bill? The poll just came out. Only 24%, maybe even lower, support cutting SNAP. It is the single most unpopular part of the bill. Overall, Americans do not want you to take from people who desperately need food just to give to people making above $500,000. The second most unpopular part of the bill is the one that gives to people above $500,000. So people don't want that. So the bottom 30% are very badly hurt by this bill. What you're talking about is the middle, the percentile, the middle 10% gets a 0.4% bump. That's, again, the nickels and dimes that they throw you.
But that's not in the
Republicans
bill.
The Republicans throw nickels and dimes at you, 5 to 10% change in their tax cuts, and the Democrats through their policies throw 5 to 10% change.
If you don't think that a nickel and dime can help somebody in a dire situation,
no, a nickel and a dime. Like, if we're going to be very little, you do realize here's where you're outing yourself, where you don't realize. Republicans don't realize how much they have gone from middle class to working poor. Oh, this 5% is going to be absolutely a game changing. This 3%, this 0.4%, this is going to be game changing. Only if you're a poor motherfucker. But that kind of defeats your whole thing, is that you realize, wait a minute, they're taking away things from the bottom 30%. You're probably in that 30%. And more importantly, again, that 2, 3, 4%, that leads to the whole, like, I'm sorry, the system is fucked. If you really think, oh, this is gonna keep me alive because I was barely surviving, now it's gonna keep me alive. My question is like this: why are we okay with the system barely keeping you alive or not keeping you alive to where now this is seen as a godsend? Again, you just cucked yourself into such a weird position.
But brother,
Yes,
why
that
do we
does
have to help the rich even more? Why do they get the biggest tax cuts? You know, you could do a tax cut without one going to the rich. You could say,
because the
hey,
rich
I'm
people are the ones
capping
that
it
own
at
the businesses.
$400,000.
When you own the business and you get a tax cut, you have more money to spend on your employees.
No, this is the dumbest goddamn thing. Nobody ever spends more on their employees. The business does not increase. This is fundamentally anti-capitalist sentiment. Especially if you just take capitalism as just purely the profit-orientated capitalist, I should say. So again, why? Ignoring morality, ignoring anything from just a basic system, the weight of the business pushes towards profit-orientated ideas. If I am making, say, $100 in profit, and then I get some tax cuts or whatever to where now my employees, like I'm getting tax cuts to where now I could make, at this point, I make $115 in profit. Why would I take that $15 and give it to my employees? They're doing the same work. They haven't changed. There's no pressure on me. I just make more money. I'm not going to hire more people unless I can hire more people to make more money. I want to use that $15. Okay, maybe I make a new job with it, but I'm not doing that because I'm going to end up at $100 profit. I'm doing that because I'm going to end up at $120 or $125 in profit. I'm not increasing wages. Again, just imagine this. Imagine right now you pay to your whatever for your phone bill, or you pay somebody who mows your lawn $20 to mow your lawn. We'll do that. Nice little guy. You know, the kid goes around and does that, and all of a sudden you get a raise from your job, $10,000. So now you're making more money. Are you going to pay the boy who mows your lawn more money? Why? Like, you might do it as an altruistic, nice thing, but ultimately, the vast majority of people are going to go, no. Like, it costs $20 to mow my lawn. I'm not going to raise that person's wages just because I'm making more money. This is the dumbest Republican myth that ever exists, and I do not understand it. I fundamentally don't understand it. I wish like hell it would go away, because it pisses me off to no end. It absolutely drives me up the goddamn wall to no end that these people somehow convince themselves that that this is what's happening. I'm baffled that people assume this. I don't know. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. How and why they think this is true. It just, I wish I could figure it out. I wish I could figure it out.
I understand that's a Reaganomics principle, but it could be. And when when you're a Democrat,
It could be, but it never has been. It could be, sure, and unicorns could pop out of your ass and fart $100 bills.
And you import all these people from third world countries, you're paying them under minimum wage because you see them as the help. Well, yeah, that's gonna benefit you. But when Republicans stop this and they force people to, that work, like to be citizens, or they want people to be citizens, they're being forced to at least earn minimum wage.
The reason why we've never fixed the immigration problem is because corporations want cheaper
and that's
labor,
awful, which is why
and we should fix that. But the Republicans and the Democrats never fixed that.
And they have. So our border crossings are almost at 0% right now.
And has wages increased? Have wages increased? At all? I'm curious.
The top 0.1% are going to get tens of thousands of dollars in tax breaks. You're not explaining why they need that. They don't need that. Why do you know that oil companies get about $15 to $30 billion in subsidies every year? How come the Republicans never talk about that? Oh, we're going to cut waste, fraud, and abuse. But you're not going to cut $30 billion for the richest companies in the world? How come Trump's not negotiating drug prices? How come Trump is best friends with Big Pharma and he's not touching drug prices at all?
Yes, he is. He's matching them to Europe. Yes,
no,
he's got
that's
policies coming in.
Now that's a perfect example. He said that as an executive order, knowing that he did the same executive order in the first time around, and the courts knocked it down. He knows the courts are not going to do it. No, it is his fault.
Because hold on,
let me explain. Let me explain to you.
All right, hold on, I missed that note. Federal judge blocked an executive order that would tie Medicaid reimbursement for certain prescriptions to lower prices paid for the same drug in other countries. Yes.
Executive order, knowing that he did the same executive order in the first time around, and the courts knocked it down. He knows the courts are not going to do it. No, it is his fault. Because hold on, let me explain to you. So then what Ro Khanna did, he's a Democrat, he's really smart, and he went and got a Republican co-sponsor and said, let's take the executive order and turn it into a bill. Verbatim, Trump's executive order. All of a sudden, Trump and the Republicans not in favor of the bill. Oh, there you go. It was a trick all along.
Yeah, man, these young kids are super aggressive and super angry about shit. Generally kind of rude. Whatever. Rude is rude. Can't change them. All right, who's up next?
Hi, how you doing, sir?
Good, how you doing?
Good, sir. I work in Republican politics.
Oh, no. Hold on. My notes went away. There we go. Had to bring my notes back up. All right. All right. Again, there's not much notes to take on that that particular kind of counterclaim because, again, it's the same kind of talking points that you hear 1,000 times that are just nonsensical and not really useful. So, counterclaim. Next counterclaim.
One of the first jobs I took was in a small district, but it was in Lucas County, Ohio, and it was a poor district. And I was representing a Republican. When my candidate would go and we'd be knocking doors together, talking about how he wanted to improve their lives, is he an anomaly, or are you only talking about federal?
Yeah, so...
Like, where do we draw the line here?
So first of all, are there some good guys in politics? Very rare, but yes, I think Bernie Sanders is a good guy. I think Ro Khanna is a good guy. By the way, I think Thomas Massey is honest, and he's a Republican, right?
Fair.
I don't agree with his policies, but I think he's honest. But there, again, it's an exception. So if you tell me, no, trust me, the politician I worked with was great. Were you there when he was talking to the donors?
He didn't have any.
Okay, well, then I don't.
So again, this would be kind of upsetting. What about this small, no-name Republican in a poor district running for a small office that has no real impact on the overall party politics? What about this guy? Is basically what he's saying, which, again, I would probably respond with, so, yes, you will find exceptions to this broad generalization of the party, but on the whole, they do not represent the main platform and policy aspects of the party. Yeah, congratulations. You found that? It was like, yeah, I'm sure. But again, as a whole, they're going to vote along party lines. Ignoring, again, the political thing like this, again, they might care about their community, certainly, but ultimately they vote and they do things that are primarily benefiting the rich class and do not benefit the lower class.
Well, that's the problem is when we go down the ladder where, 90% of the elections that take place in this country, they're not at the federal level. They're not with politicians that are receiving hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars.
Yeah, they get bought for cheaper. They get bought for 5,000, 10,000.
Or is it possible that they want to step in and govern?
So, brother, I hear what you're saying. You're saying that the closer you get to the voters, the more honest they are. That's actually true. Look.
Okay. I appreciate that.
Okay, so number one.
So you're saying some
hold on,
Republicans
let me explain.
do.
Can I just explain?
Yeah, go ahead.
So if you're doing a small seat as a city council, you actually knock on doors. That's why progressives win a lot of the city council seats, because the election is with such a small number of people. You don't need as Can I just let me finish? So that way you don't need as much money. You don't need donors. They're more responsive to their actual voters. The larger you get, once you get to a congressional district with 750,000, the donor money decides how much ads you can take and whether you're going to win or not. So then they become completely beholden to the donors.
What about
so
the
when
primary,
you're talking about, hey, really low-level Republicans that yet have not gotten a lot of donor cash, and you say, well, look, hey, don't worry, they'll stay true, but they never do. When they move up to the next level, they immediately, even if they were true at the lower level.
I mean, that is somewhat true, somewhat not true. Again, the simple thing is like, look, this idea, at least with the argument right here, is that, okay, yeah, you have lots of some small city council members or whatever, but the second you start getting into higher level actual money, like you actually have a voice, and even regardless of that, again, most of these people, when they're in their county and when they're in their district, yeah, they do things, but on the federal level and on the national level and on the level that will actually affect not just their community, but many communities across the nation that are just like them, but they don't represent. When it comes to that, they follow the general party line. The general party line tends to favor the rich over the poor. True. That would be the argument.
99% of them, other than Massey, they take the donor money and they do exactly what the donors tell them to do.
It's just a simple misunderstanding or an oversimplification of our system. And
all right, thank you.
It's oversimplified, but at the same time, like, again, it's my argument is that, is it oversimplified? Yes. But the so-called complexity is itself a feature of this intention and design, not necessarily a requirement of the function. Meaning that, again, the reason why you make it complicated isn't so much so that because it is complicated, though gets complicated, certainly. The reason why it gets to some degree complicated, or they point to the complication, is they try to do this bait and switch and say, no, it's really, really complicated. So it's like, yes, it's complicated, but everything is complicated. Like, everything. If you look at it fundamentally, we can go back to that old, I don't know if they still do this in school sometimes when it comes to, I think like sometimes programming schools would do this. But there was the old kind of logic programming kind of test of describing or instructing somebody on how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. So you have to like tell the person, and they have to do exactly what you say. So you tell them, grab the knife, and then they grab out like, okay, well, first you need to define knife, and then you need to describe grab, and then you need to describe where to grab on the knife, because otherwise, even if they just assume they know what a knife is and all that stuff, you grab the knife by its blade, you cut yourself. Okay, so you need to tell them, grab the handle of the knife. Okay, you grab the handle. The knife is backwards, but okay, maybe you don't really need that. It's peanut butter and jelly. You don't need a cutting edge for the knife. All right, so now open up the bread thing. It's like, okay, well, now how do they open it up? They're trying to open it up with a knife in the hand. So now you got order of operations, all that shit. Yes, it's complicated, but at the core of this thing, the overall idea, there can be some degree of simplification or some general comments that can be made. And the constant appeal to complexity is a bit, is itself a deflection.
Hey.
Oh, this is bad. He's a fairly idiot. He's a pretty big idiot, conservative idiot, but all right.
Good to meet you, brother.
All right, so
He also cheated. He shouldn't be allowed to sit down because he cheated.
I'm glad you clarified already. You're talking about Republican politicians, and you brought up.
Okay. Next counterclaim. All right.
Donor money, and I know that's a big issue with you. But I think that's just not really how it works. I think you have a lot of politicians that start off, as you said, kind of in those lower levels. They do an office here, they do a job here, and then they slowly rise up. And if you can track their views, you see that their views don't actually really change a whole lot over time. When the donor money comes in, it's not like they suddenly change their views and they're a completely new person. They've had the views that they've had for a very, very long time. So
here's where I would say my issue with overly focusing on the donor class creates this problem. Because it's not a donor class. Like, donor is just the donor class and the effects that the donor class can have is a symptom of the general problem of kind of the way politics shapes out in this society, especially highly invested, indoctrinated ideological capitalism, and how that has, again, like I said, indoctrinated people into a way of thinking to where even poor or rich, they all think like millionaires. They all think like the donor class, like the capital class. They all think like they are the lords. One of those old kind of adages people say, used to say sometimes about why poor people would vote against their interests, or why they have some of these kind of things, is a lot of them describe Americans as they're not poor, they're just temporarily embarrassed millionaires. They all have this completely self-destructive image and ideology that is purely beneficial to the upper class, the rich class, that purely works in their benefit. But they don't even realize it. They just think that this was natural, that this is the way it is, always has been, always will be, without realizing that it's not necessarily true. And it is very much a manufactured consent kind of aspect. So, again, they have these same views that are going to make them amenable to donors. Even if they don't receive the donor class, they have these views that will be amenable to the super rich, super wealthy, highly corporatist kind of entities, because that, regardless of whether or not the corporatists invest in them, they just might invest in them to make sure in one direction or another.
How can you sit here, Cenk, and look in your crystal ball and say, oh, I know I can look into the souls of Republicans and say, oh, well, they're not actually genuine in some of these proposals.
Yeah. So let's take an example of a person who doesn't have a soul, Ted Cruz.
Hey, you know that? You know that?
Yeah.
Okay. How?
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Okay, I think. Okay. So listen, he says to Tucker Carlson recently, yes, I've taken millions from AIPAC, but I just happen to have that position. I had it earlier. I mean, I know that AIPAC would give me millions of dollars if I say, let's give billions back from the American taxpayer to AIPAC. Let's make sure we support all their wars. Let's fight all their wars for them. Oh, look at that. I happen to agree with my donors. Hey, listen, when I started out, I really wanted to give $30 billion of subsidies to oil companies, and I still want to give $30 billion.
How do you know Ted Cruz is lying? How do you know that?
Okay, but even in that scenario, think about it, brother.
No.
There's a country. Hold on. I'm
So again, this guy argues then like, okay, well, you know, but how do I know this? How can anyone know anything about anyone's actual true beliefs? The unreadable and unknowable nature of humanity. Again, they say this and appeal to this despite the fact that they don't actually care about this, and they do mind reading all the time. This is the frustration that happens with this, is that this is kind of a bad faith. Like, how can you possibly know? It's like, yeah, technically you're right. All right, it is unknowable, but if that is true, then nothing can be said about anyone ever, and everything they say they know, don't know, no believe is true. Again, like, okay, yeah, maybe we could just assume to pure subjectivity, but it's always funny how much conservatives hate postmodernist thought and subjective reality, and oh, this is just woke bullshit, and oh, there's objective reality, what is a woman, kind of whatever nonsense that they almost certainly will spout any other day of the week. But whenever it comes to actually like holding themselves accountable, it's just this constant, well, you can't possibly know this. It's pure subjective. No, it's everything's subjective. Everything's, we can't possibly know. It's this black box.
My question.
I'm answering your question.
Okay.
You're saying, okay, so in the hypothetical where we have, first of all, in the real world, there's 330 million people in the country, right? Sure. So you're saying maybe like the oil subsidy loving guys, or we're all Republicans to begin with, and the Republicans all love oil subsidies, so it's just organic. No, brother, they're finding just a handful of people in the country that'll raise their hand and go, yes, I will do whatever corporate donors want. I will do whatever the rich want. And they go, aha, there's a guy who agrees with me. Let's give him money. Let's give him $5,000 in the beginning, then $50,000 later, then $500,000 later.
So you didn't actually answer my question, Cenk.
What is the question?
So how do you know that Ted Cruz is being disingenuous about his views on Israel?
Oh,
you still haven't answered the question.
That's the easiest question in the world.
If it's so easy, then answer it for me.
Okay, so you're saying your hypothesis, my hypothesis is Ted Cruz and the politicians take millions of dollars from donors and do exactly as they're ordered. And how do I know that? Because their voting record matches with their donors perfectly. You're saying, but maybe there's a hypothetical 1% to 2% chance that Ted Cruz just was born out of the womb loving Israel's wars. And he's like, I can't wait to give money to Israel. Whereas, oh, look at that. What a coincidence. AIPAC is giving me millions of dollars for
I
it.
actually, in politics, try to assume good intentions.
That's
on
a mistake.
both.
No, you don't. And it probably is a mistake, but you absolutely do not. I have seen this kid argue about other things when it comes to politics. He absolutely assumes bad faith on anything that isn't Republican, or it doesn't assign with him 100%. It is horse shit. Do not ever let any conservative ever try to tell you their good faith. It is ontologically just not true. It is just like fundamentally they cannot be good faith. I don't think their ideology lets them be good faith. The only way they can be at that faith, at that ideological position, is through bad faith. That's my hard statement.
Sides. Well, sure, you can say that's a mistake, but I also try to make claims with evidence, and all you've said is, oh, he gets all this.
Claims of evidence. I mean, maybe it's correlation does not equal causation, but it sure as shit says something. Especially when it correlates a lot, would be my kind of argument. It's like, again, I'm not sure I would take this argument because this isn't really my kind of primary concern. But if I were to have to put forward this like this, yes, we can never prove 100% true anything. We can't 100% prove that anything about anything ever. But we can sure draw a lot of correlative evidence and potentially causal evidence and potential evidence that would suggest, is he a conscious human being? Yes. Was he aware of this? Yes. Was he aware that doing X would cause Y? Yes. Then did he do X? Yes. Then he probably intended to cause Y. Well, you don't know that. Well, honestly, at a certain point, yeah, we hit the event horizon of understanding, but prior to there, we can get quite a bit of information.
Money from AIPAC, therefore he's corrupt. So as opposed to, how do you know that Ted Cruz did not have these views before, and that AIPAC wanted to support him because of the views he already had?
So your thesis is that all of the Republicans that take hundreds.
No, I've been questioning your thesis, Cenk.
Yeah, your thesis is all of these Republicans take hundreds of millions of dollars from donors. They do exactly what the donors say, but they already believed in all of the things that the donors wanted earlier. So it's just a happy coincidence.
No, it makes perfect sense.
And by the way, the mainstream media totally agrees with you.
It makes perfect sense in my mind that.
So what? It makes perfect sense in your mind. I don't give a shit.
These organizations would only be giving money to people that they know support the cause.
That's how they cherry pick out of 330 million people.
Crazy,
so
wild
look here,
thing
let me tell you how politics actually works.
No,
a donor walks in this room.
Can you please answer my question? What evidence do you have?
So you're saying
that
I don't
Ted
have
Cruz
evidence of Ted? I can't read Ted Cruz's mind.
Yes, you can.
Okay, so brother,
but can you? How do you know? What? Because he said it? Do you know people can lie? Therefore, again, you have no more evidence than he does that he didn't do this because of that.
By your thesis, you can't read Joe Biden's mind. You can't read Kamala Harris's mind. So they're all innocent. They're all angels. Oh my God, the donor money isn't affecting any of them.
Yes,
because I can't read their minds.
I've never said Joe Biden's a bad person.
I can read their voting record. Biden's a great person. I can read their voting record. I could read their donations.
No
Open
evidence,
Secrets
Cenk.
tells you sound exactly like mainstream media. These politicians are honorable.
You're operating
and they
based
just
off
happen to
feelings
agree
alone.
with the donors that gave them hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
All right.
I still wouldn't shake his hand.
Hey, Cenk, good to see you again.
Good to see you.
So you are claiming that Republicans.
All right. We got another one here. Counterclaim. What do we got here?
Republicans only care about the rich. When Donald Trump and both Elon Musk lost money while they were in office, and then on top of it.
According to Forbes billionaire tracker, both Donald Trump and Elon Musk's net worths have substantially increased this year. Donald Trump increased from $2.3 billion in 2024 to $5.1 billion, while Musk went from $195 billion to $342 billion. They didn't lose jack shit. And again, even whatever little money you said, again, how many campaigns, how many bitcoins, how many fucking meme coins, how many fucking scams has Donald Trump sold? And also then you look at the fact that he didn't divest any of his fucking financial interests when he became president the first time, and also the second time, because we still can't do it. And the fact that he he basically had his family running fucking slush funds for like Saudi Arabia and all manner of shit. The fucking stupidity. They lost money. Asinine.
Donald Trump and both Elon Musk lost money while they were in office. And then on top of it, you can shake your head no.
They just fucking didn't, dude. Like, this is why I have so little respect. Why there's so little, like, Trump and Musk lost money. Why would they do this if they didn't believe it because they love money. If they love money and doing this lost them money, they wouldn't do it unless they did believe it. Again, this only makes sense if they lost money. If they lost money.
On top of it, why would you say that when currently we have, I know you keep saying it's a pressure valve, but we have them actually fighting for working class people by giving them less taxes on tips, less taxes on overtime.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Even if that's true, you notice it actually kind of proves the point that Cenk was making earlier. Tips and overtime. Why is this the new thing you focus on? Is it natural? I'm going to go ahead and put that on its own sub area here. Tips and over. Why is this a new thing you focus? Is it natural? Or is it manufactured? Focus. Hold on. We'll fix this before I move on because it frustrates me. I.e. Distraction from other larger issues. Is evidence of the pressure valve theory. Again, you keep focusing on this, but how many people, how many working class people get a lot of their money funding from tips? How much of them, how much is overtime really paying them? And if so, like, oh, well, you know, I do tons of overtime because it's the only way I can make my bills. So that helps me a little bit. It's like, yeah, but you're still having to do tons of overtime to make your bills. You just, it's a little more comfortable. So you can do slightly less overtime, but not really, because the only way you make this money is if you're making overtime. And that's only if you're allowed to make overtime. A lot of people, they won't let you work overtime. They won't do it. They'll schedule you out and they'll say, no, 40 hours, get out of here. And if you try to work overtime, they'll get pissed off. They'll get angry at you. I know more, God damn it. Where did she work? This was a few years ago. There was a student I had who was talking about this issue and talking about how they got fired because they weren't following policy or whatever. But the policy was relating to hours, and they were saying that she's like stealing hours or whatever. But what it was, and they even kind of omitted this, but it was based on the policy of overtime, is that she had too much overtime hours because they refused to hire more people, and she claimed the overtime hours because she was working overtime and she tracked her hours well. They tried to steal her hours first, or overtime hours. She didn't let them. She challenged them on this, and then they relented and paid it. But they eventually got rid of her because there's generally a policy is that, like, you can't work so many hours in such a week or something like this. And there's this policy hour leg thing that they found, and they fired her over it because she had too many hours. She even sued them and was successful. And I think she got like, 15 grand or something like that based on this lawsuit, this labor thing, because it wasn't a lot. And she didn't have a ton of money to do the lawsuit. It was just kind of a quick little thing. But again, got it kind of proven for the most part. Again, they will fire you if you take too much overtime, even though the reason you're taking that much overtime is because they're forcing you to work that for the most part. So again, this little thing, tips, the tips and the overtime thing. Why are you focusing on this? Oh, because it helps a lot. But like, you weren't focusing on Medicare costs. You aren't focused on anything else. Why is this the one that you're focusing on? The question you might have is, you might think, well, hold on. Why? What has made the overall media environment that I consume put tips and overtime? Was I thinking about tips and overtime a year ago? 2 years ago? Why is this now, 6 months ago? Why is this now all of a sudden a thing that's in my brain?
Trump has made a tremendous amount of money, and his family has. So right after he left office the first time, his son-in-law got a $2 billion deal from the Saudis. And
Yeah, Jared Kushner's private equity firm received a $2 billion investment from Saudi Arabia just 6 months after the first Trump administration ended. While in office, Kushner worked closely with Saudi Arabia and Middle East policy in general. Again, he wasn't doing jack shit. He wasn't qualified for this to do anything. And mostly he was just there to help facilitate a contact between Saudi Arabia and Trump for business purposes, most likely. And again, he got $2 million investment. Fucking for what?
he was in charge of our policy towards Saudi Arabia and the Middle East. That's a disaster. That's Hunter Biden on steroids. So in this time around, he has a meme coin. He's got World Liberty Financial. People are pouring money in. One guy put in $75 million. And then look at that. He stopped an investigation from that.
Yeah. Trump has made more than $1 billion on crypto since taking office, according to Forbes. The SEC stopped its civil fraud investigation into Chinese crypto investor Justin Sun after he put $75 million into Trump-backed crypto coins. And again, he's already done, I think, a rug pull on one crypto coin token. Trump did, and people have lost millions and millions of dollars. He has fundraisers all the time from them to get money for a campaign. He's not running a campaign. He just says, give me money. And people still give him money. Meme coin. Fundraising. Donations, etc. He's made tons of money on this.
SEC about that guy.
Let's talk about how he's helping middle-class people.
At least three white-collar criminals who donated either to his campaign or to his meme coin. And then he got a $400 million jet from Qatar. He got another
talk
$2
about how
billion
he's helping
deal from
middle-class
Qatar.
people.
Who is middle-class people? He's not helping any of them. Do the middle-class people, is their primary wages and the primary money that they get come from tips and overtime? No. Even in the fantasy imagination of what people think the middle class is now, let's just imagine it is that, you know, that whole fucking 1950s white picket fence fucking car and all that, the nice middle class, suburban middle class is a significant or otherwise important, or again, just significant, I repeated myself, significant money and economic resource to them overtime? No, it's not at all. That's for lower middle class. That's for blue collar worker. Actually, problem is that we've made everything lower middle class, blue collar worker, that okay, maybe it might help out actually a decent amount of people or some people, but not particularly, because again, overtime is restricted. But then also like tips. Who's getting tips? Bartenders. Are bartenders middle class? Are waitresses middle class? What the fuck is middle class according to you? You want to say working poor, fine, but the problem is then you might go, well, yeah, ultimately the reason why this helps them is because they are already getting taken disadvantage, and he threw him a fucking coin. He threw him a fucking crumb. It does help them, but it's a stupid way to help them.
Okay.
So what if Democrats?
So you're ignoring all the money that he made from that? And I'm answering your question. And Elon Musk, by the way, wants hundreds of billions of dollars from
and his
Golden
Tesla
Dome.
stock went down dramatically.
Well, that's his fault.
Yeah, Tesla's stock dropped because of him, but he didn't really lose money. And more importantly, he made his wealth increased so much that he could lose $75 billion, and it doesn't matter. $50 billion, it doesn't matter. He still made out more.
So he lost money, is what you're saying?
No. But remember,
but it was his fault.
Why did Musk and Trump get into a fight? Because Trump did not put in the electric vehicle mandate and the subsidy that Elon wanted.
Sure.
Elon's like,
Elon lost money.
So Elon gave $300 million, and he's like, now I want that subsidy. That's
yeah. donated $277 million to Donald Trump and other Republican candidates in 2024. His company SpaceX was a top contender for Golden Dome missile defense contract, but the reports indicate Trump administration is looking for an alternative since the two had a falling out. Yeah, he donated this. What is just coincidence?
Going to get me billions back. Now I want Golden Dome. That's going to get me hundreds of billions of dollars back. And Trump said, I'm going to give you a Golden Dome, but I'm not going to give you the subsidies.
What have Democrats done to help the middle class with taxes?
That was a really smart marketing strategy by Donald Trump, and part of the reason that he won the election. So I remember we talked to somebody on the Young Turks, and he said he was down in Western Virginia, and he said, listen, Hillary Clinton tells us that all of our jobs are going to be gone. Donald Trump comes in and lies and tells us that he's going to bring back the jobs. But he's at least got the decency to lie to us.
Is it a lie, or is it what he's trying to do and just hasn't done it?
It's a lie even if you're trying to do it, if you know it's 100% not going to happen and you're just making half-ass efforts to it.
So 50%,
what have Democrats done to help me?
To be fair to the Democrats, as someone earlier...
What have Democrats done to help me? Again, it is always the self-centered... What have they done to help me? Stupid.
Said. In this case, they would at least protect Medicaid and SNAP cuts, okay? And so that goes to the bottom 30%.
So it's okay to give people free stuff, but not give...
It's just every time he opens his mouth, every time they open their mouth, it's just more anger, hatred. It's okay to give them free stuff. Again, it's just I'm sorry, he gave you free tax cuts. Why is it okay to give you free tax cuts, huh? On your tips and overtime, that's so important.
So it's okay to give rich free stuff. It's okay to give the rich tons of free tax cuts, tons of subsidies, but when you give it to someone who's starving, oh no, that's a real problem.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the conclusion you don't want to reach. I mean, that's the result of your actions, but again, you don't focus on that because it looks bad for you.
I said it's okay that you're giving them free stuff, but it's not okay to help me with my taxes.
So, brother,
it's not okay. It's not that it's not okay. It's stupid, you fucking moron. It doesn't help you, you moron. You traded out real help, if it was ever going to come, for this fucking bullshit mirage help that sounds slightly nice, but is on paper nothing. Moron.
And want to answer this for me. Then why don't they only propose a tax cuts for the middle class? Why don't they say, hey, we're not going to cut from the poor and we're not going to give to the rich. We're only going to do it for the middle class. Why don't they ever do that?
From what I understand, they're not cutting out the good parts of Medicaid. They're only cutting out the corruption and fraud. So.
From what you understand, but you don't understand anything. You're an idiot. And here's my problem. I'm an idiot, but I'm aware of my idiocy, and I am constantly checking myself and making sure, look, I can make these statements, but I also 100% go back and say, you know what? All right, I've learned more. I'm an idiot. I retract that statement. You don't do that. You're stupid, and you are proud to be stupid, and you will never change.
Oh, no. You laugh at that. Is that okay? Can we agree that we should cut out fraud?
No. No, because you don't know what fraud is. You're talking to this big generality. We should cut out fraud. What the fuck fraud? Find it, prove it's fraud, then we'll cut it out.
From Medicaid?
That is not what this is at all.
What do you mean it's not? There's tons of fraud in it.
No, here's the trick, okay?
There's tons of fraud? Really? As far as you know, have you looked at the books? Do you know anything about it? Have you done any research into this at all? Or have you just listened to some people say there's tons of fraud, there's tons of fraud, there's tons of fraud? What do you mean?
There's tons of fraud at the Pentagon.
You're right.
We can agree on that. Of fraud at the Pentagon, and they added to the fraud.
But it's not only Republicans helping
Medicaid,
the rich.
Here's what happened on Medicaid, okay? They say, okay, we need a work requirement, so we're going to cut 10 million people off of Medicaid. But Medicaid is for poor people. So if
they've been on it for 20 and 30 years.
They've been on it. What he also doesn't have is Medicaid, Medicare, and all that. Like, oh, they've been on it for 20, 30 years. Yeah, because they're poor and they're trying to leave poverty, but they can't. And even then, again, you pay pennies for dollars of fucking benefit. And again, they just don't want to, like, they'll bitch about the homeless, but then they won't want to pay anything to get rid of them. Even if it's just, hey, pay 10 cents a week. And you will never, ever see another homeless person. You won't ever hear about some crackhead doing anything like that. We will solve all the drug epidemics. And let's just say they could prove 100% true. These Republicans would still go, no. Take it from somebody else. I like that. I like the result. But I don't think you should take 10 cents from me a week. That's just that just sounds like communism.
A job, they actually,
it's not a permanent thing.
Hold on, they make enough money to get out of Medicaid.
They don't.
So
they stay on it forever.
So that it's a trick that it eviscerates Medicaid.
But they haven't. There are people that stay on it for 10 years at a time.
Do you know that if you need Medicaid and you don't have health care through a job, and your kid gets cancer, we're going to let them die. Why?
I hope
because
the
top
never
1%,
happens.
it's good.
You hope to, it does happen. You fucking idiot.
Gonna happen, brother.
Horrible things happen every day.
According to estimates, 70,000 people are going to die because of those Medicaid cuts.
Estimates.
And why?
So do you believe everything
because
you hear?
The tax cuts for the rich just needed to be larger and larger.
You believe everything that you did about corruption in Medicaid.
So what you're telling me is you're okay with fraud as long as people get the help they need.
I'm not okay with it, but they're not cutting fraud. They're cutting the entire. My last claim is.
All right. We're going to go ahead and end the stream there. I know we started late, but had to do some stuff, and we'll be doing this tomorrow. It's going to be probably from a new setup, so it might be a little bit janky because I'm not going to be at my normal computer, so hopefully it won't be too bad. But we will pick this up next time. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for hanging out, and until next time, and as always, I hope you have a good one.